Chapter 21-28 The Lord's Mansion. When Han Fei quietly floated over, he saw a 10,000 Scale Clan Pioneer Sea Realm expert greeting two Pioneer Sea Realm experts who had just entered the 10,000 Scale Clan. The man said, "This year's deduction standard is out. It's the same as last time. Our Lord wants 40%. Later, you guys will be in charge of the southwest and west. Start to set up the city defense. Although our Lord wants 40%, the situation is complicated during wartime. You can still get some. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, other people in the city will complain." One of them grumbled, "Whenever the tide waves come, all sorts of monsters come. Today there are 5 frogman scavengers, and there are also 3 blade scavengers at the east side of the city. Including those who are still in the city, there are 17 Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators from the outside. I hope these people can be more self-conscious. Otherwise, I'll make them spit it out." The other man said, "All right, stop complaining. I heard there's a problem at the number 101 breeding farm. Someone tried to kill tax messengers. None of the 6 tax messengers escaped. Black Hot City is now short of clean stones. Yesterday, they even came to borrow clean stones from us. How could our Lord agree? He rejected them right away. I heard those Blade Clan scavengers came from the Black Hot City breeding farm. Brother Dong, Urching, and the others haven't returned from collecting taxes. Did something happen to them?" Ahem, the 10,000 Scale Clan expert called Brother Dong said with a gloomy face, "Don't think too much. I heard that Black Hot City is in trouble because they want to climb higher. Maybe they had conflicts with other lords. Don't tell others about this. All right, go back to work." Breeding farm? Han Fei's heart sank when he heard this word. So, the 10,000 Scale Clan called the Scavengers Sea Area a breeding farm? 10,000 Scale Clan, controlling thousands of territories and collecting resources crazily. Therefore, villages like the Little Sea Village were actually tools for labor. They harvested every 10 years. After 100 years, how many resources would they collect from hundreds of villages? Han Fei's heart turned cold. The 10,000 Scale Clan really deserved to die. After the 3 left, Han Fei continued to fly to the Lord's mansion. Perhaps it was because there was only one heaven opening stage cultivator in the mountain city, which was the Lord of the mountain city, but he did not set up any defenses in the Lord's mansion, as no one dared to pry into the emperor's privacy. Han Fei snuck into the city Lord's mansion and saw that the Lord was counting the star shells. There were 78 star shells on the table in front of him. Even Han Fei was shocked when he saw the star shell. Was it the tax that had been collected? 78 pure stones. How many pure stones were there? When the mountain city Lord finished counting all the star shells, he frowned slightly. There are more primitive ores this year. It seems that the taxes are slightly higher. Looks like after this tidal wave, I'll have to inform the villages to reduce the tax by half. I'll have to let those villages nurture more experts." With that, the Lord of the Mountain City hesitated for a moment before putting 30 of the star shells into his own bag. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he took another one. Then he collected the remaining star shells and placed them in a box that had multiple layers of seals on it. Then he put it away with him. Suddenly, the Lord of the Mountain City sensed something and looked at the door. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been discovered? Am I too sensitive? The Lord of the Mountain City only took a glance and found nothing. He shook his head slightly. It seemed that he still felt a little guilty when he embezzled resources, even though he was already in the heaven opening stage. Seeing that the Lord of the Mountain City didn't notice him, Han Fei began to size up this person again. The scales on the Lord of the Mountain City were finer and more solid than those of the 10,000 Scale Clan, which were in the sea opening stage. Judging from the chi and blood that he emitted subconsciously in his majesty, this person shouldn't be weak, but he couldn't be very strong either. At least, his physique was definitely not as strong as Han Fei's. It was just that the 10,000 Scale Clan's physique was better and their bloodline level was higher, so their foundation was stronger. However, at the Heaven Opening stage, as long as the 10,000 Scale Clan's bloodline level was not among the top 1 million of the 10,000 Scale Clan's bloodline level, it wouldn't be a problem. So far, Han Fei didn't feel any threat from this person, which meant that this person shouldn't be stronger than him. Han Fei thought it made sense. The Scavenger City had 130 regions under its jurisdiction. If this person was strong, why would he be ranked below 80 regions? No matter in terms of bloodline, potential, strength, physique, or soul, Han Fei wouldn't be weaker than this person. At most, his origin C might be smaller than his. But that might not be the case. It seemed that it wouldn't be a problem to take down this person. All that was left was the opportunity to take him down. At night, the mountain city was sealed. Only people could enter, but not leave. All the experts above the Venerable Realm were ready. They were divided into the South Gate, the East Gate, and the 3 gates. The North Gate was the pure stone raw mining area, which covered a large area. Therefore, when the tidal wave came, the pressure on the North Gate would be the least, so the manpower was the least. Below the Venerable Realm, the Explorer-level experts were also gathered. The number of people below the Venerable level was very small, accounting for about 20% of the total population of the mountain city. Because the mountain city only allowed the strong to settle in, the reason why people below the Venerable Realm could stay in the mountain city was very simple. That was, their family or their family history had at least a Venerable Realm expert. Or these people's spiritual heritage was of high quality and they had great potential. Otherwise, they would have been banished to the villages and towns below. They weren't allowed to stay in the mountain city. Because of this system, even though the mountain city ruled the 100 territories, its population added up to less than 3 million. On one hand, it fully showed the desolation of the chaotic wasteland, and on the other hand, it showed that the strength of the people in the sea realm tended to be elites. Among the less than 3 million people, only 20% were below the explorer level. Less than 50% were explorer level experts. So, an extremely terrifying number had appeared here, and it was that Exalt Realm experts made up almost 30% of the experts here. In other words, in this small mountain city, the number of Venerable Realm experts had reached 900,000. When Tai Yuan and the others learned of this news, they couldn't speak for a long time. 900,000 Venerables. Even the entire chaotic, vast sea didn't have so many. And this was only one of the more than 100 small cities under the jurisdiction of the Scavenger City. This mountain city in the Scavenger City only ranked 80th, that's all. This was hard for them to imagine. What if it was the main city of the Scavenger City? Would it take a city full of Venerables? When Tai Yuan and the others were digesting this news, Han Fei's black, mist body came back. Han Fei controlled the East City Frogman clan guard captain to come with him. It was natural for the Frogman clan to be close to the Frogman clan. Even the Lord of the Mountain City couldn't find anything wrong with this, because he wasn't afraid that the Lord of the Mountain City would eavesdrop. After all, Han Fei and the others were all emperors. Therefore, after Han Fei came, he said directly, "The Lord of the Mountain City is not very strong. I guess any one of us here can beat him. It's just a matter of time." Tai Yuan said, "Han Fei, we found that the strength of the Sea Realm is too high. Do you know how many Venerables there are in this city?" Han Fei said lightly, "Isn't it just 900,000? Tai Yuan was speechless. "What? 900,000 is not enough." Han Fei said, "We are now in a big world where there are many strong masters. Just look at the number of Heaven Opening State cultivators. There are more than 100 lords in the entire Scavenger City. I don't know how many there are in the main city. In the entire chaotic wasteland. Do you believe that there are no 500 or 600 Heaven Opening State cultivators? Think about it. How many are there in the chaotic sea?" Han Fei's words seemed to make sense. In terms of the number of heaven-opening state cultivators, the chaotic wasteland was dozens of times more than the chaotic sea. If they miscalculated the number of heaven-opening state cultivators in the main city, it might be 100 times more than in the chaotic sea. Thinking about it this way, it seemed normal that there were more venerables here. Han Fei said with a smile, "Look at their environment. As long as there are mines, the tide wave every 100 years will bring them countless resources. With these resources, it would be strange if they can't cultivate strong masters over the years. Here, if you are not strong, you will die." The sword god nodded. That makes sense. In the chaotic wasteland, there are countless primitive tombs. The chaotic sea is too small for such a big world. Han Fei said, "Give me some time. I have to learn how to refine corpses from Hongyu. Before the tide wave comes, we have to find a way to control the Lord of the Mountain City. At that time, we may need Senior Emperor Snail to release the void, Senior Kong Shin to seal the surroundings, and Senior Ejian to slaughter his body. But don't really kill him. I will control his soul." Wang Ejian nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 21-29. In Han Fei's Origin Sea, the place where Luo Xiaobai and the others stayed didn't have time acceleration, so it only took them about 10 days to enter Han Fei's Origin Sea. When they were in the little sea village, Han Fei had already told them that they had safely entered the sea realm, but now was not the time to let them out. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were muttering why Han Fei's Origin Sea had changed from a paradise to a wasteland. And it was a wasteland of very high quality. Lu Renkuang said, "You may not believe it. I think the soil in the Origin Sea is edible." Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Are you starving?" Lu Renkuang smacked his lips and said, "I wonder if there are any specialties in the sea realm. Hey, let's have a barbecue." Luo Xiaobai said, "Calm down. It may be dangerous outside. We have to be ready to fight at any time." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Don't talk to me about food now. I feel scared when I see Li Luolua's bugs and Hong Yu's corpse. Look, Hong Yu is touching the corpse." Hong Yu gave Zhang Xuanyu a look. "This is called raising a corpse, just like raising a sword or a knife. The art of corpse puppets is broad and profound. Haha, you just haven't embarked on this path yet." Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. "I might as well rely on the spear in my hand." At this moment, Han Fei suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, everyone came back to their senses from their cultivation and rose to their feet. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "How is it? Have you settled down?" Lu Renkuang asked, "Can we go out now?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "What's the situation in the sea realm? Is it still dangerous?" Han Fei said, "We can't go out for the time being. You still have to stay here for a while. Hong Yu, I want to ask you something. Come with me." Hong Yu was taken aback. Han Fei was much stronger than him now. Why would he ask him? The void twisted, and the next moment, Hong Yu had moved. Han Fei didn't give him a chance to choose at all. Hong Yu asked, "Your Majesty, what's the matter? What can I do to help?" Han Fei said, "Can you refine an emperor into a corpse puppet?" Hong Yu was dumbfounded. What did Han Fei mean? To refine the corpse of an emperor? Was the outside world already this dangerous? He had just gone out, and he had already killed the emperor? The outside world is dangerous. It's not time for you to go out yet. But now I need you to tell me about the Tao of corpse puppets. Can you refine them into corpse puppets without killing them? You won't kill him. Or you can seal their souls. Hong Yu thought to himself that this was a serious matter, but he said seriously, "Logically speaking, once a corpse puppet reaches the heaven-opening stage, it is completely possible to refine an emperor into a corpse puppet. However, it was actually not the best choice to capture and seal his divine soul. His divine soul could control the corpse puppets, allowing him to have the same combat strength as when he was alive. If the soul must be preserved, The best way to refine this emperor into a corpse puppet without killing him is to destroy his soul and make it completely chaotic. In other words, it's to scatter his soul. Han Fei couldn't help but recall the time when he lost his memory in the ideal palace. This method seemed to work. In fact, Han Fei could completely suppress the mountain city Lord in his origin sea. He could completely imitate the mountain city Lord with the art of shape-shifting, just like how he snuck into the White Shell Royal City when he disguised as the Fish Dragon King. However, at critical moments, he might still need to use the mountain city Lord. After all, he could only transform into his appearance. But to really become him, it would take a long time to imitate this person's combat skills, expressions, speech patterns, and memories in his mind. Besides, he might be able to transform into the Mountain City Lord. But there were still many sea opening stage experts of the 10,000 Scales clan in the city. He could transform into one, but he couldn't transform into thousands. It would be strange if all the experts of the 10,000 Scales clan in the city disappeared. Therefore, even if Han Fei couldn't refine the mountain city Lord into a corpse puppet, he would refine the experts of the 10,000 Scales clan into corpse puppets. Han Fei asked, "Can you refine Emperor corpse puppets now?" Hong Yu immediately shook his head. "Almost impossible. I can refine sea opening stage, corpse puppets at most. My path of corpse puppets consists of two parts. One is the puppet divine technique, and the other is the pure path of corpse refinement. The puppet divine technique can form a large number of great Tao lines and directly control the living enemies. Of course, even if the enemy is dead, the puppet divine technique can still control them, but it won't use their souls." Puppet divine technique. Han Fei was intrigued. It was similar to his void lines. However, his void lines could control the enemy, and he could use the enemy's soul according to their fighting style. However, puppet divine incantation was not good enough, so puppet divine incantation was a level lower than his void lines. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the pure path of corpse refinement?" Hong Yu said again, "The pure path of corpse refinement is to destroy the enemy's soul. There are two ways to destroy it. One is to kill the enemy, refine a wisp of the enemy's soul, and put it into a corpse puppet. The other is to shatter the enemy's soul, merge it into the body, and then refine it. But as long as you separate a wisp of your soul, you can control everything of the enemy, including memories, but you can't continue to cultivate and grow. Of course, if you carry the enemy's memories, you may not be able to take back the wisp of your soul, because if you take back the memories of the enemy, it will easily cause your own soul to go wrong. But although this wisp of soul can't be taken back, it will be absolutely loyal to the main soul." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was a bit interesting. The soul could be cultivated. According to Hong Yu, he only needed to separate a part of his soul to completely bear and control all the venerables and kings in the mountain city, and completely become them. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. The path of corpse puppets seemed to be very strong. If Hong Yu was strong enough, he could refine more corpse puppets of the same realm and completely become these corpse puppets, and his combat power would increase exponentially. That was to say, the conditions in the chaotic ocean were not suitable for Hong Yu. He didn't have the ability to kill a Pioneer Sea realm powerhouse of the same realm, so he had never exerted his advantage in this aspect. Han Fei immediately said, "Well, teach me the pure path of corpse refining. I will need it in the future." Hong Yu couldn't help but say, "Well, it takes a long time to embark on a great path." Han Fei smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Just give it to me." Hong Yu was willing to give it to Han Fei. In the sea realm, he definitely had to rely on Han Fei. The path of corpse refining was nothing to him. Therefore, Hong Yu gave Han Fei all his great path experiences, the method of corpse refining, the method of law enforcing, and the method of soul shattering. Han Fei said, "Don't tell others about this for the time being. I will tell them when necessary." Yes, I won't tell them before Master Human Emperor finishes his business. After sending Hong Yu back, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It's just a great path. Is my green jade stone bridge just a decoration? Although his understanding of the green jade stone bridge was problematic at the beginning, he could use that problematic path to create the path of corpse puppet out of nothing. It was just like when he walked on the path of time. As long as he was willing, he could walk on that path. In a sense, in fact, his initial understanding was not wrong. In the projection, he seemed illusory, and everything was possible. Therefore, when Han Fei learned about Hong Yu's great path and walked on the green jade stone bridge, countless understandings emerged in his mind. He had already stepped into the path of corpse puppet. When Han Fei flipped through the corpse refining technique, information appeared in his eyes. Corpse soul fusion technique. High grade sea expansion realm. Introduction. The method of refining corpse puppets uses the power of nature to shatter the soul of the living creature before it completely perishes and scatter it into the flesh and blood of the body. With the method of refining, the great path is the source, and a wisp of one's own soul is fused to reforge a spiritless body. After the corpse puppet is refined, a wisp of soul will carry the memory and Tao of the corpse puppet. After the corpse puppet is refined, it can be understood as a clone of oneself. Deduced art. Tomb of the Living Dead deduction cost. 10,000 strands of chaotic energy note. It needs to be refined when the body hasn't decayed and the soul has been completely shattered. When Han Fei saw this great technique, he gasped. He was stunned. He felt that he had missed a treasure, because this corpse refining and soul fusion technique was too similar to the great puppet art that he obtained in the ruins of the Heavenly Desolation City. It was an upgraded version of the great puppet art. At that time, because deducing this thing required an astronomical number, he didn't think of deducing it at all. If he had worked hard to accumulate and deduce at that time, he might have already embarked on the path of a corpse puppet. He could have done what Hong Yu couldn't do. He had killed dozens of kings, and they could have all become his corpse puppets. At this moment, when Han Fei saw that this thing could be deduced and only required 10,000 strands of chaotic energy, he immediately deduced it again without any hesitation. A moment later, information appeared in his eyes. Tomb of the Living Dead, Emperor level, mid-quality. Introduction. The corpse puppet refinement method uses the power of the heavens to steal the soul of a living being before it completely dies. Using the great Tao as the source, the corpse puppet refinement method is fused with a strand of its own soul to transform the other's soul into an external puppet. After the puppet is refined, a wisp of one soul will enter the other party's memory and Tao, which can be regarded as a borrowed clone of oneself. Deduced art. Life-devouring puppet scripture deduction cost. 10,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy note 1. It needs to be refined when the body hasn't decayed. Note 2. It has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. Deducing it again will involve the mysteries of heaven and earth and will damage the demon purification pot. Chapter 2130. Han Fei didn't expect that the great puppet technique he got by accident would have such a high growth limit. He was only at the sky opening state. If he continued, it would damage the demon purification pot. It was obvious that there was still a long way to go. He could probably reach the venerable emperor level. In the origin sea, time accelerated. The 3 drops of 10,000 scale tribe tax collector's essence blood that Han Fei caught were unsealed. A large amount of resources and energy gushed out from the 3 drops of blood. Venerable realm cultivators could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Han Fei only gave them 1 drop of essence blood, and the 3 tax collectors could only be reborn with this drop of essence blood. However, the moment the 3 of them were reborn, they saw Han Fei standing in front of them. The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to run, but they couldn't move at all. This world seemed to be pressing down on them with infinite gravity. They couldn't even control their self-detonation because their bloodlines seemed to be controlled by this space. Origin C. The three people realized almost at the same time. This was Han Fei's Origin C. Here, Han Fei could use all the power he wanted. The tax collector of the 10,000 scale tribe struggled and growled, "You don't dare to kill us. If we die, the city lord will sense it. By then the entire mountain city, even the entire scavenger city, will hunt you down." Han Fei smiled and closed two fingers. The man's mouth was sealed. "Shut up. How long do you think the Lord of Mountain City can live?" The three of them widened their eyes in shock. Could it be that this person was going to snipe Sir Lord? Is he crazy? Han Fei thought of something, and three blue soul fires floated out from between his eyebrows. He needed to try using the puppet of the living dead to see how much divine soul power was needed to refine a king. Han Fei waved his hand, and a large amount of chaotic qi and Taoist rhyme of the corpse technique wrapped a wisp of his divine soul and surged into the head tax collector's body. Although the tax collector didn't know what Han Fei was doing, he knew it was definitely not something good. Sure enough, when Han Fei's power fused into his body, he felt as if his head was about to explode, and there was a sharp pain piercing into his soul. At the same time, for some reason, he could feel his flesh and blood losing connection with his consciousness, as if they were sealed off by a terrifying Taoist aura. Bang! In the depths of the tax emissary's divine soul, Han Fei's wisp of soul fire exploded and formed a divine soul whirlpool, sucking in the 10,000 scale tribe tax emissary's divine soul. When the vortex swept the tax collector's soul, Han Fei's soul gradually merged with the tax collector's soul. 300 points of divine soul doesn't seem to be enough. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, the puppet of the living dead only needed a small amount of divine soul to control a king, but it seemed that it needed more than he had expected. Therefore, Han Fei threw another 200 divine souls into it. A moment later, when these divine souls fused with the divine soul of the tax collector, he felt that it was enough. Han Fei couldn't help but think of something. To completely control a Pioneer C state, he needed 500 points of divine soul. It wasn't a lot, but once he controlled a large number of people, it wouldn't be a small number. Moreover, if it cost this much to control a Pioneer C state, it would cost at least 10 times more to control a Pioneer C state. However, it wasn't a big problem. With more than 2 million points of divine soul, he only needed to control a small number of strong people. He only needed to control the sea area around Mountain City. After all, the entrance to the chaotic vast sea was within the sea area of Mountain City. If he wanted to control more lords, he might attract attention. Even though the puppet of the living dead could use a wisp of his own divine soul to replace other people's lives, opportunities, and Taoism, these people couldn't cultivate. However, these people were unable to cultivate. After a long time, there would definitely be problems. In order to avoid being discovered by the venerable emperor of the Scavenger City, his main task wasn't to control the Scavenger City secretly. Instead, he should try to get in touch with the cultivation methods of the sea realm and seize more opportunities so that he could grow stronger. Only by killing the Scavenger City's city lord would their plan be foolproof. At this moment, the corpse puppet had actually been refined. Han Fei released the pressure on this person. He lowered his head and surrendered to Han Fei. "Greetings, master." Han Fei sized him up. His eyes aren't empty. Not bad. The other two 10,000 scale clan tax inspectors were shocked. What's going on? Is Air Qing being controlled? Seeing this, they immediately tried to self-destruct. Unfortunately, no matter how much they tried, it was in vain. Han Fei slowly moved his eyes to them and smiled. "Now it's your turn." Not long after Han Fei controlled the Frogman clan guard to return, this person was also refined into a puppet. Han Fei didn't need to use the void lines to lock them up anymore. Through the memories of the Frogman guard, Han Fei quickly made a list of names. Scavengers of the Blade Clan? These are outsiders. They're useless to me, so I can ignore them. There are actually 18 tax inspectors of the 10,000 Scale Clan, including the Mountain City law enforcer named Yendong. There are 190,000 kings and one emperor of the 10,000 Scale Clan in this small city. Han Fei grinned. Then I shall refine them all into my corpse puppets. There are 2 sea expansion realm powerhouses among the humans. After entering the city, Han Fei didn't sense the entire city. Therefore, when Han Fei found the 2 sea expansion realm powerhouses in the Frogman clan guard's memory, he couldn't help but feel confused. According to the 10,000 Scale Clan's attitude towards humans, the sea expansion realm powerhouses should be thrown into the village. Why would they be here? Han Fei had an idea and asked the Frogman clan guard to find them. Chun Qing and Su Mao were sitting cross-legged in a house in the Eastern District. Su Mao said, "We've been out for 200 years, including this one. This is the second tide wave we've experienced in the city. I don't know when we can leave the city and go to the city of scavengers." Chun Qing shook his head. "Unfortunately, the Lord won't let us in. What can we do? When this tide wave is over, we will apply to return to the village." Return to the village? Then why did we come out? Su Mao was surprised. He didn't expect that Chun Qing would want to return to the village after only 200 years. Chun Qing looked at Su Mao with a complicated expression. "I thought you should have left. You should have returned to the village long ago." At this moment, the Frogman tribe guard who had become Han Fei's puppet leisurely walked over and said, "You're just 2 sea expansion realm humans. Do you really think you can make a name for yourselves in Scavenger City? Rather than gamble on your luck, you might as well go to the primitive graveyard and scavenge." Han Fei said sarcastically, as if he was looking down on these 2 people. Su Mao and Chun Qing's expressions changed slightly when they saw the guard captain. Chun Qing said, "Lord Guard Captain, why are you here so late at night?" Even though Han Fei felt the anger of these 2 people, their words were still so feeble. However, this was understandable. It was nothing for them to swallow their anger for now. However, after Han Fei saw the memories of the 3 10,000 Scale Clan powerhouses, he already knew that the human race had no future in the city of scavengers. A race would never accept a second strong race under its rule. The 10,000 Scale Clan would never give the human race a chance to rise. Even the Frogman clan was just a subsidiary race under the 10,000 Scale Clan. At most, they were slightly better than the human race, but not by much. Han Fei said, "I'm here to inform the 2 of you that the tide wave is coming. The 2 of you need to guard the east side of the city. Remember not to steal the energy crystals. If you're discovered, Su Mao and Chun Qing's faces darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that the human race was declining, they would have killed him long ago. However, Han Fei changed his tone and said, "Oh, by the way, the human race is weak. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll give you a piece of news in advance. In the next 100 years, the tax might be reduced. I think you might as well go back to the village and take care of it." "Huh? The tax will be reduced?" Su Mao and Chun Qing's expressions changed, and they looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei's face darkened, and he said, "What are you talking about? Just remember it. Don't say I said it. After this, you'd better go back." Han Fei specially came to remind the 2 of them that the Sea Expansion Realm powerhouses had no chance of making a name for themselves in the city of scavengers. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, they would have to become the dogs of the 10,000 Scale Clan. As the human emperor, how could Han Fei watch the 2 Sea Expansion Realm powerhouses become the dogs of another race? Therefore, it was a good thing to lure the 2 of them back with the excuse of tax reduction. As for the city of scavengers, even if they wanted to go, they should go by themselves. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He thought that after coming out, All he needed to do was to find the family and deal with them. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he would find a large number of humans in deep trouble. As the human emperor, how could he just ignore it? Chapter 2131. 3 days later, Han Fei's Frogman clan guard puppet had been guarding the east side of the city. 2 human kings, 3 Blade Clan kings, and 5 Frogman scavengers were arranged to come with him. There were a total of 11 Pioneer Sea Realm overlords. There was no 10,000 Scales clan overlord in the entire east side of the city. Han Fei was happy to use almost all outsiders. Even if it was him, he would arrange 6 Pioneer Sea Realm overlords from the Frogman clan to stay with him. On this day, Han Fei used his perception range as a normal king to check the outside world occasionally. Suddenly, he discovered that a black mass of ominous beings had appeared over 500,000 kilometers away. Then, as if he was doing his duty, Han Fei's expression changed drastically, and he roared at the sky, "Ominous creatures are attacking! Prepare for battle! All kings, return to your positions!" While Han Fei shouted, he felt the mountain city lord's perception sweep over here. Then the south and west sides of the city found the ominous creatures one after another, and they all began to shout. In the mountain city, the venerable realm overlords quickly returned to their positions. Among them, Han Fei's side had the weakest manpower. There were only about 200,000 venerables, and the rest were explorers. It was not unreasonable that there were so many kings in the east side of the city. Anyway, they were all foreign kings, and they were all affiliated races of the 10,000 Scales clan. In the eyes of the 10,000 Scales clan overlords, it was already good enough to give them these. However, Han Fei didn't care. It was just a 3,000-kilometer city. If he really wanted to do something, wouldn't it be a matter of seconds? In the few days that Han Fei had been in office, he had seen through the Frogman clan guard's memory. These ominous creatures were just a prelude, not a tidal wave. A tidal wave was a large area of black fog shock wave. When the tidal wave came, the entire sea area would be shrouded in darkness. At that time, the mountain city would activate the purification array. Now, these ominous creatures didn't need Han Fei's help at all. It was the Venerable's job. The king's role here was to hold down the fort. Han Fei yelled, "Purifying stone arrow rain, get ready. Wall of purification. Listen to my command and be ready to activate." The city walls were already filled with venerable realm experts. All of them knew how to use the battle bow technique. Techniques like the battle bow technique were free to the public in the mountain city. Of course, the real divine bow skill was not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. Everyone held their breath. Only the few of them were quite curious about the ominous creatures attacking the city. When the ominous creatures were 10,000 kilometers away from him, Han Fei would broadcast once. 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. 30,000 li. When the ominous creatures were 2,000 kilometers away, Han Fei roared, "Shoot!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Holy white lights filled the sky, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They were like fireworks in full bloom, sweeping across the sky. In Han Fei's field of vision, the massive number of ominous creatures burst like bubbles under the purification of the purifying stone arrows, turning into black mist that was quickly swallowed by the nearby ominous creatures. Even the purity stone arrows that didn't hit the ominous creatures would explode when they almost missed, forming a net of lightning that was similar to the purity stone water lightning. This net of lightning might not be able to kill a venerable realm ominous creature with a single strike. However, once there were too many of them, the ominous beings at the Exalt realm would still be completely purified. This wave of arrows would kill at least 50,000 ominous creatures, if not 100,000. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Were there only so many powerful creatures in the chaotic wasteland? However, this wave of arrow rain didn't stop the ominous creatures from attacking the city. Han Fei and the others could only guard the east side, but the places where the ominous creatures were attacking were high in the sky, straight ahead, and even above their heads. So when the arrow rain burst out, Han Fei yelled again, "Above our heads, the wall of purification. Straight ahead, the rotating light wings." Some venerables who had long been prepared, holding shields made of purifying stone in their hands, rushed straight to the sky. When the purifying stone shield rushed up, it could unfold into a holy barrier up to 100 meters wide. After the barrier was opened, there would be flashes of lightning, and most of the ominous creatures that rushed over would be purified by the released lightning. Straight ahead, the so-called rotating light wings were like a rotating fan, pushing out all the way. Wherever the fan passed, a large number of ominous creatures would be strangled to death. It could be said that at least hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures were purified by these 3 consecutive attacks. Of course, not all of these ominous creatures were venerables. It could be seen that the ominous creatures were actually afraid of the Purity Stone's power. Hence, after a round of attacks, their attacks slowed down. A large number of explorers and Venerable Realm ominous creatures paused for a moment before continuing their attacks. At this time, Han Fei shouted, "You have half an hour to attack freely. All the gains here will belong to you." "Oh, kill!" Many people were waiting for this moment. This was the time for them to make a lot of money. In fact, the situation where ominous creatures attacked cities before the tide waves in the past years was very similar to what happened today. The city lord of Mountain City didn't care about this wave of resource income. It was mainly used to reward the people of Mountain City and stimulate their fighting spirit. As the saying went, people died for wealth and birds died for food. Cultivators could also sacrifice their lives for resources. Seeing the moment when hundreds of thousands of people rushed out together, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. This scene was indeed spectacular, because the weapons in these people's hands were basically made of purifying stone. The battle effect of this kind of all-out attack was actually very good. At the very least, it was quite effective against these ominous creatures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Generally speaking, in this first wave of attack, the number of people in Mountain City should be less than 5%. It could even be said that the number of people who might be killed was only about 1,000th of the people in Mountain City. After all, this city had been preparing for the once-in-a-century tide wave for so long. How could it be destroyed before it even got through the first wave? If so, this mountain city would have been gone long ago. While Han Fei was fighting, Tai Yuan and the others were watching not far away. The Snail Empress couldn't help but discuss via voice transmission. Han Fei is quite adaptable. He can command the battle in the blink of an eye. Tai Yuan asked, "How do you think he got the title of Human Emperor? Which expedition of the human race wasn't fierce?" Sword God asked, "I'm just curious. Has he completely controlled the Frogman Guard Captain? I don't see anything wrong with that person at all." Kong Shin said, "Maybe he has already joined the Corpse Puppet Dao." Everyone couldn't help nodding, secretly. This kind of thing was very likely to happen to Han Fei. After such a long time, who didn't know that Han Fei had walked many Dao? He had walked so many Dao, so a mere corpse puppet Dao wouldn't be difficult for him. Not only Tai Yuan and the others were looking at Han Fei, but in fact, even the Lord of Mountain City couldn't help but nod at Han Fei's command. At the beginning, he left the position of Mountain City Guard Captain to this guy because he was good at fighting. This guy also completely succumbed to him and only wanted to make more money. He had no ambition, but he was good at fighting. It would be stupid not to have such a talent. After half an hour, a huge number of ominous creatures were killed, which could be regarded as consuming the pure stone reserves of Mountain City. However, the more ominous beings that died, the more black mist that escaped from their bodies. In the end, the black mist was swallowed by a powerful black shark, making it directly grow into an ominous creature in the sea expansion realm. Seeing that the ominous creature had already formed, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone retreat. Su Mao, Chun Qing, you two kill this monster quickly." The three people of the Blade clan saw that Han Fei didn't intend to attack at all, but commanded the human king to do it. They couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. The human race was really the lowest race in the Scavenger Sea area. Even the frogmen could be easily commanded. When everyone thought so, in fact, Qin Qing and Su Mao really didn't resent Han Fei because they had always been regarded as the bottom, so they received less resources. Killing this ominous creature in the sea expansion realm could get its energy crystal, so there was nothing bad about it. And that was exactly what Han Fei was thinking. Such a big energy crystal. If not the human race, should it be given to the Blade clan? Because the sea expansion realm ominous creature had just been born. Although it also had talent abilities, it tried to swallow the two human kings. However, which human king who could leave the village and come to Mountain City wasn't brave and good at fighting? If it wasn't because they knew that they couldn't grow in the village, why would they come out so easily? Therefore, Su Mao and Qin Qing only fought for 10 breaths of time before they managed to purify that ominous being. At this point, the ominous creature retreated. As for how many people Han Fei lost, that was something that the city guard should investigate. Han Fei was only responsible for the mobilization during wartime. The death of this sea expansion realm ominous creature meant the end of the first wave of attack. Han Fei shouted, "Clean up the battlefield in an hour and return to the city quickly." On the other side, after the army of ominous creatures was wiped out, right behind them, 3 embarrassed kings of the 10,000 Scales clan appeared in the sight of the Mountain City Lord. They were the tax collectors of the 10,000 Scales clan who went to the Little Sea village to collect taxes. Of course, they were now Han Fei's puppets, but the others didn't know. Many kings of the 10,000 Scales clan exclaimed, "Erqing, why did you come back so late? And you even made it to the first wave of attack?" Chapter 2132. The reason why Han Fei asked the 3 10,000 Scale clan puppets to put on a show was that he wanted to take over this city completely. These 10,000 Scale clan powerhouses had stayed in the Mountain City for countless years and knew this place like the back of their hands. Similarly, many people in the Mountain City knew them too. If the 3 of them didn't come back before the tidal wave, then there was obviously something wrong and they might be suspected. Even if he turned the Lord of the Mountain City and the other 10,000 Scale clan kings into puppets, there might be other spies in the city. After going through so many things, he knew that in such a big city, it was impossible for everyone to be united. Besides, there must be another reason why he asked the 3 puppets to come back. "Come and see me in the mansion." These words fell into Erqing's ears. After a while, in the Lord's mansion, the Lord of Mountain City sat on his throne, waiting for Erqing's explanation. "Reporting to Sir Lord, there is a problem with this tax collection trip. We came back too late and the taxes were not collected in full." "Oh, what happened? Tell me," Erqing said. "Lord, there seem to be some changes in the space around the Little Sea village. 6 human kings came. Although they tried to hide, I noticed them. I suspect they came from the primitive graveyard." "Oh." The Lord of the Mountain City, who was originally lazy, suddenly became serious. He squinted his eyes and said, "Are you sure they came from the primitive graveyard? How many powerhouses could there be in the primitive graveyard?" "Erqing, that's what I suspected as well. So I searched the vicinity a long time ago. In the end, I really did find a frozen enchantment. I wanted to test it, but I was trapped in a mist and only came out after a few days. Considering that the tidal wave was coming, I didn't alert them, but came back quickly to report." The Lord of the Mountain City squinted as if he was recalling something. After a long time, he said, "You mean they were all human powerhouses?" Erqing said yes. The Mountain City Lord's heart skipped a beat. Others might not know what had happened, but he did, although he hadn't reached the heaven opening state back then. However, at that time he remembered that humans had appeared on the Scavenger's waters. That was when the number of humans in the scavengers' land started to increase. At that time, humans tried to use the scavengers' land as a springboard to leave the chaotic wasteland. In the end, they were discovered by the Emperor of 10,000 Scales, and half of the boat was intercepted. If it wasn't for the fact that there seemed to be experts from the human side, the people on that boat would have been completely annihilated. This incident happened near the 80th domain, so when he first chose his territory, he chose this place. It was just that after so many years, he had never found a starting ground nearby. Qing's words stirred his heart. If it really was the starting ground, if he were to enjoy the resources alone, perhaps he might be able to become one of the top 10 experts under the Emperor of 10,000 Scales. Mountain City Lord, are you sure those humans didn't discover you? Qing said firmly, absolutely not. With that said, Qing took out the tax money she had collected. Sir Lord, I have indeed been lost in the boundary for a few days this time. Once this tidal wave is over, I will definitely go to the remaining few villages and collect the tax money. Mountain City Lord. Aye, no hurry. It's just the taxes of a few villages. There's no hurry. Tell me more about the boundary. Qing immediately took out a jade slip. Sir Lord, that place is extremely close to the sea, between countless icebergs. This is the map of that place. As for the boundary, it was a white fog from beginning to end, and I finally walked out along a dark barrier. Mountain City Lord's eyelids twitched. Okay, you're considerate. Don't tell anyone else about this. I mean, anyone other than the three of you, only I know. Qing, yes, Sir Lord. The Mountain City Lord held the map given by Qing, glanced at it, and couldn't help but grin. As expected, my choice back then was right. There is indeed a problem with the 80th domain. If it is really the starting ground, after this tidal wave, it will be the time for me to rise. Less than 10 minutes after Qing left the Lord's mansion, Tai Yuan and the others had quietly disappeared on the battlefield in the eastern city, leaving only a frogman puppet. In a courtyard in the city, Wang Yijian, my sword is ready. Kong Shin, I can turn the city, Lord's mansion, into an abyss, just waiting for the moment when he is poisoned. Snail King, when you attack, freeze the void of the entire city, Lord's mansion. He can't get out of the city, Lord's mansion. Because Han Fei didn't show up, he could only send a voice transmission to them, at most 10 minutes. Listen to my command and get ready to attack. Han Fei had always been decisive. When he learned the puppet of the living dead, he had already begun to plan. What he was waiting for was the first wave of ominous creatures to attack the city. At this time, the ominous creatures had just retreated. They were cleaning up the battlefield and cleaning up the ominous aftermath. The city was the most empty, and no one would find anything wrong with the Lord's mansion. Xue Fei, the Lord of Mountain City, stroked the jade slip in his hand, wishing the tidal wave would end immediately. A starting ground would bring far more benefits than a tidal wave. However, as he stroked the jade slip, Xue Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was not that Qing was wrong, but that he was wrong. Why was the blood in his body surging uncontrollably? Was it because he had waited too long for this day? At first, he didn't take it seriously. However, when he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, he felt that something was wrong. Why did he feel a little tired? Suddenly, Xue Fei felt that something was wrong. As a heaven-opening realm powerhouse, how could he feel uncomfortable? Not good. Only at this moment did he look at the jade slip map that Qing gave him. It was also at this moment that Han Fei said, "Do it." In an instant, the void where the entire city Lord's mansion was located became extremely sticky, as if it was filled with glue. Inside the city Lord's mansion, a black curtain suddenly fell, like a bottomless abyss, directly sinking the inside of the mansion. Outside, everything in the mansion seemed normal, but inside it was already empty. Qing, Xue Fei roared and wanted to launch a horizontal attack. However, he only saw a blue halo twisting and time here slowed down. Xue Fei was shocked. The great path of time? In the entire mountain city, there was no one who cultivated such a high-level great path as the great path of time. Slowing down time was not a big deal. The problem was that Xue Fei only saw the blue halo bloom, as if it had broken an invisible barrier and fell into the river of time. At this moment, a sharp sword shadow, like a divine stroke, appeared. When he discovered it, he had already touched the river of time. When the sword shadow entered the river of time, Xue Fei tried to block it, but he couldn't control his body because the river of time had seriously slowed down his speed. Puff! As the sword slashed, Xue Fei's scales turned into nothingness, and his body was destroyed in an instant. Right at this moment, a large hand reached out from the river of time and grabbed onto a scale that was crystalline like a ruby. At that moment, Han Fei stretched out the void lines and grabbed Xue Fei's soul. With a soul-slaying blow, a large number of souls in this scale were destroyed. Oh, who are you? Although Han Fei's speed was extremely fast, 2 of the void lines were destroyed in a row. However, when Xue Fei frantically urged his divine soul, a dark green poison instantly engulfed his entire divine soul. Puff! A blue halo flashed in the Lord's mansion, and everything returned to its original appearance. There was only a blue soul fire left in Xue Fei's hand. At this moment, the nautical panorama in Han Fei's hand was spinning. The next moment, Han Fei broke the void and directly entered Xue Fei's Sea of Origin. How dare you enter my Sea of Origin? Xue Fei instantly mobilized almost all the power in his Sea of Origin to crush Han Fei. However, Han Fei opened his arms, and a small vine stretched out from between his eyebrows like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy, chaotic energy, and immortal spiritual energy in Xue Fei's Sea of Origin. Ah, who the hell are you? Xue Fei was horrified. It wasn't one person who attacked him. At that moment, there were at least 4 heaven-opening realm cultivators attacking him. Among them, the sword Dao of that sword cultivator was so terrifying that he couldn't even block one attack. And this person not only knew the great Dao of time, but also could enter his Sea of Origin and steal all his power. How could he not be horrified? However, none of the horror brought to him was comparable to the fear of death. Xue Fei roared, "Who the hell are you? You can't kill me. The Emperor of 10,000 Scales won't let you go." Han Fei grinned. "I've already told you. 6 experts came from the Little Sea Village. We are from the starting land. Oh, I lied to you about one thing. We're not sea-opening realm cultivators. You can call me Human Emperor." Chapter 2133. Although Xue Fei lived in the sea realm and had a super strong master like the Emperor of 10,000 Scales in his clan. So what? He had never seen someone as crazy and bold as Han Fei. A few days ago, Han Fei said he was going to kill him, and a few days later he did it. Therefore, no matter which race you were from, no matter how strong the race was or how powerful the race was, the most important thing was that you were strong yourself. However, Xue Fei was not to be blamed. If it were any other heaven-opening state powerhouse, the result would be the same. Of course, there must be those super strong heaven-opening state powerhouses, who might even be able to beat 5 of them. However, such a powerhouse wouldn't stay in a remote place like the 80th Sea area of the Scavengers. When Han Fei came out of Xue Fei's Sea of Origin, the chaotic energy and immortal spiritual energy in his Sea of Origin were almost emptied. Han Fei didn't care about the remaining energy. Anyway, this guy would be his puppet. Xue Fei's soul was severely damaged, and part of his soul was shattered by Han Fei. His Sea of Origin was also sucked crazily. At this point, it was impossible for him to fight back. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei forcibly dragged the red scale and showed up. He said, "Senior Emperor Snail, Senior Tai Yuan, from now on, all the pioneer sea realm cultivators who come to the city, Lord's mansion, will be detained. I'll deal with them after I refine the Lord of this mountain city." After that, Han Fei dived into a sea of origin. Here, he didn't have to be on guard against Shui Fei's sudden attack. When all the power of his sea of origin pressed on Shui Fei, this guy was already weak and couldn't bear Han Fei's pressure. As the saying went, the winner takes all. This Shui Fei could be considered to have some backbone. He said, "Human, even if you trap me and kill me, what can you do? This is the Scavenger's sea area. As long as the Emperor of 10,000 Scales is in power, the human race will never be able to rise again. The human race will always be like ants and can't get out of here." BM, in Han Fei's Sea of Origin, the great Tao of Time shot out 7 spears of time and nailed Shui Fei's soul. Ah, feeling the pain in his soul, Shui Fei roared, "Kill me if you dare! Do you dare? How dare such a weak race call themselves the human emperor?" Han Fei chuckled. "You know what? I will refine you into a corpse puppet and refine all the 10,000 Scale tribe kings into corpse puppets. I will use your resources, sit on your throne, and rise step by step. Maybe one day I will step into Scavenger City and use the same method to get rid of your emperor, 10,000 Scales. By then I will trample the 10,000 Scale tribe under my feet and give them a taste of their own medicine. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let your remnant soul witness this scene. Don't you dare!" In Shui Fei's roar, Han Fei performed the refining technique of the puppet of the living dead step by step. This time, Han Fei did not hesitate to invest 10,000 points of soul power. Inside Shui Fei's God Soul, when the God Soul vortex mixed their God Souls together, Shui Fei gradually lost himself. To Han Fei's surprise, he only needed 8,500 points of divine soul power to control a heaven-opening state powerhouse like Shui Fei, although it was 17 times higher than controlling the Sea Expansion Realm. This number was completely within his acceptable range. Han Fei was even ready to invest another 10,000 points of soul power. In fact, it only took Han Fei half a day to refine the Lord of the Mountain City in the Origin Sea. In the outside world, it might only take a minute. After the corpse puppet was refined, the first thing Han Fei did was to search Shui Fei's Origin Sea. Almost instantly, Han Fei got as many as 209 star shells. In the ocean realm, no one used the sun-moon shells anymore. Among the 209 star shells, 142 were clean stones. Each star shell contained 10 million clean stones. It was not hard to imagine what it meant. Han Fei didn't know how many clean stones Zhao Jing and the others could dig out in a year. However, according to the difficulty of the clean stone mine and the refining of the clean stones, it was hard to say whether they could dig out 10 million clean stones in 100 years. Among the 142 star shells that contained clean stones, 52 were Shui Fei's private bag. Han Fei took out 12 star shells from the bag for the defense of the mountain city. He estimated that Shui Fei must be giving out clean stones at the limit of the mountain city, which would inevitably increase the death rate of the people in the city. Although there were only less than 30% of the humans in Mountain City, they were still humans. There were also 800,000 to 900,000 people, so they could not be careless about this. Except for the star shells, Han Fei calculated the chaotic energy and the immortal spiritual energy that he absorbed. It wasn't difficult for Han Fei to obtain the chaotic energy, so he stuffed another 300,000 of the 800,000 strands he got from Shui Fei's Origin Sea back. After all, Shui Fei had become his puppet. As for the immortal spiritual energy, Han Fei absorbed a total of 120,000 strands. However, Han Fei found that Shui Fei's immortal spiritual energy wasn't as pure as his own, so he didn't take any of it and stuffed them all back. In the end, Han Fei left 40 clean stones of the star shells, 500,000 strands of chaotic energy, and half of the refining materials. There were also as many as 30 million energy crystals and a sea map of the chaotic wasteland. Speaking of the sea map, Han Fei and the others guessed correctly. as a Lord-level expert. Xue Fei indeed had the entire sea map of the Scavenger City. Not only that, he also had a map of the primitive graveyard. Of course, the entrance to the chaotic, vast sea couldn't be found on it. However, Han Fei found that Xue Fei's sea map only included the Scavenger City's sea area and the simple primitive city's sea area. However, it was missing the Wanderer City's sea area. Xue Fei had no idea about the Wanderer City's sea area. However, whether Xue Fei knew it or not, he could leave the chaotic wasteland with this sea area map. After collecting the items, the second thing Han Fei was going to do was search Xue Fei's soul and dig out his memory. In Xue Fei's memory, Han Fei saw the so-called Scavenger City. It was a magnificent city built under a waterfall at the bottom of the ocean. Han Fei saw the appearance of the emperor of the 10,000 Scales clan, but only from a distance because Xue Fei wasn't qualified to meet the emperor yet. In the Scavenger City, there were venerable realm experts everywhere. Although there weren't that many sea expansion realm experts, the number was definitely not small. This was because only when one's strength reached a certain level would he be sent to the Scavenger City. The main city was not a place that just anyone could enter. In Xue Fei's memory, Han Fei found that there were many humans in the Scavenger City. However, this group of humans had completely surrendered to the 10,000 Scales clan. Seeing this, Han Fei's heart sank. As expected, under the oppression of the 10,000 Scales clan, there were actually many human experts who surrendered to the 10,000 Scales clan. In this regard, Han Fei couldn't easily judge these people. Perhaps these people had lost the dignity of a great race, but they had saved their lives. In the sense of being alive, there was nothing wrong with them. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Su Mao and Qin Qing in this mountain city. Perhaps Xue Fei had left them hanging for 200 years to wear down their willpower, to make them surrender to the 10,000 Scales clan and become their slaves. Humph! Han Fei's eyes turned cold. He thought that after leaving the chaotic ocean, his first enemy would be the infamily. Unexpectedly, it was the 10,000 Scales clan that he was completely unfamiliar with. However, in terms of the 10,000 Scales clan enslaving humans, this feud was already formed. Apart from these, Han Fei then realized that the number of experts in the Scavenger City was actually far beyond his imagination. The Scavenger City didn't only have the hundreds of heaven-opening realm experts. In fact, the lords who could control the 100 territories alone were all those who had made great contributions. That was why they were conferred the title of lord. In the Scavenger City, there were at least twice the number of Emperor realm experts. They seemed to have some conflicts with the Vagrant City and the Primitive City, mostly because of the primitive graveyard. Therefore, the three main cities of the chaotic wasteland didn't have a good relationship. They were enemies. Xue Fei had been conferred the title of Overlord because he had single-handedly killed a heaven-opening expert of Wanderer City. According to Xue Fei's memory, the status of humans in the Vagrant City wasn't bad. The person he had killed back then was a human. Han Fei couldn't help but be tempted. The fact that they could open the sky in the Vagrant City meant that the status of humans in the Vagrant City was much higher than in the Scavenger City. Because there was too little information, Han Fei didn't think too much. In the end, he estimated the number of heaven-opening realm experts in the Scavenger City. In addition to the hundreds of lords, there were still hundreds of heaven-opening realm experts guarding the city. In fact, there were at least hundreds of heaven-opening realm experts in the Scavenger City. However, these people weren't in the chaotic wasteland. These people crossed the sea of gods and demons, went to a place called the Boundless Mining Area and became mine owners. Unfortunately, Xue Fei had never been to the Boundless Mining Area, so he didn't have any memory of that place. 3 days later, the Lord's mansion. When Han Fei came out, he only saw a mountain city lord reappearing in front of Wang Yijian and the others in a complete physical body. However, when facing Han Fei and the others, the mountain city lord's aura was still the same as before, but he ignored Han Fei and the others. The Snail Emperor exclaimed, "Your Tao of puppetry doesn't look like a puppet at all. Why do I feel that it's much more flexible than Hong Yu's puppets?" Han Fei smiled and said, "In a sense, he is not a puppet. He retains his soul, Tao, and combat skills. The only difference is that his soul is dominated by me and won't betray me. All right, cut the grass and remove the roots. The Lord of Mountain City has already become a puppet. We don't have to worry about being discovered anymore." Chapter 2134. Xue Fei, the Lord of Mountain City, was controlled by Han Fei, which meant that the city had changed owners. Considering how the 10,000 Scales clan treated humans, how could Han Fei let go of the kings of the 10,000 Scales clan? At this moment, the battlefield had just been cleaned up. Yan Dong came to report the results of the battle with the 4 guards of the city. Yan Dong said, "Lord, come in." Xue Fei was still Xue Fei, but he had become a puppet. Han Fei also wanted to test if he could pass off the fake as the real one so that even the people closest to him couldn't detect him. Yan Dong entered the door, followed by the captain of the guards who were guarding the 4 city gates. Of course, the Frogman Guard under Han Fei's control was also among them. Xue Fei sat on the throne and said coldly, "Speak." Yan Dong seemed to like Xue Fei's attitude. Although he was dignified, the Lord was easy to talk to. So he said, straightforwardly, "The results of this battle are out. There are basically no casualties. In total, 109 venerables and 1,012 explorers died in Mountain City. Only 1 in 10,000 people died. More than 520,000 clean stones were consumed, accounting for 5,000ths of the current clean stones reserve. All the energy crystals were obtained by the people of the city. It is estimated that more than 2 million energy crystals will be produced." Han Fei was intrigued. This result was indeed impressive. Even he had nothing to say. There were so many ominous creatures, including many powerful ones, but under the effect of the clean stones, the threat they posed was pitifully small. Once again, Han Fei felt that the apocalyptic divine art was too suitable for the chaotic wasteland. It was almost like a training ground specially prepared for him. 520,000 clean stones accounted for 5,000ths of the usage, which meant that the city had a little more than 100 million clean stones in reserve. But Han Fei thought to himself, "I still have AF * King Billion." According to the memory Han Fei got from Xue Fei, the total investment for each tide wave was between 600 million to 800 million. Before, Han Fei didn't quite understand. When the tide wave came, the city had the ability to gather clean stones. But those small villages didn't have the ability to gather so many clean stones. However, after the attack of the ominous creatures this time, Han Fei discovered that, in fact, to resist the ominous creatures, they only needed to activate the city defense formation. The ominous creatures were afraid of the clean stones. When the formation was activated, the entire city was like a light shield. Ominous beings would not swarm over like moths to a flame. However, in order to obtain more energy crystals, cities would usually set up 3 layers of city defense formations. The first and second barrier on the outermost layer would be activated intermittently. This way, a large number of ominous beings would be lured into this place. Then the final barrier would be activated, and it would have the effect of suffocating them. By repeating this process, a single tidal wave would be enough to obtain a large number of energy crystals. The operation of the village was actually the same as that of the mountain city. However, the village did not have that many pure stones in reserve. Therefore, he wouldn't kill the ominous creatures too many times. Because the number of purity stones was limited, he wouldn't kill too many ominous creatures. Listening to Yan Dong's report, the outcome of this wave of ominous life forms attack wasn't very good. It was equivalent to exchanging pure stones for resources. In the entire mountain city, it wasn't even enough for one person to obtain one. Therefore, it was unrealistic to hope that this wave of ominous creatures would be able to increase the overall cultivation strength of Mountain City for the next 100 years. This was probably the main reason why Mountain City had to constantly plunder pure stones from the villages. Yendong continued. Since the first wave of ominous creatures has appeared, the tidal wave may come a few days in advance. It is estimated that we will welcome the tidal wave in 3 days. Lord, pure stones. What Yendong wanted to say was that the current pure stone reserves in the city were definitely not enough. This time, the attack of ominous creatures was only on a small scale. Since it had started for the first time, from today on, it would happen more and more frequently in the future. The pure stones currently stored in the city could barely support the arrival of the tidal wave at most. Therefore, Yendong was asking for resources from the Lord of Mountain City. At this moment, Han Fei was very familiar with the control of the resources that Mountain City needed to consume. He grunted, "When you become my puppets, I will naturally give them to you." Huh! Yendong and the others were stunned. The next moment, the frogman puppet beside Yendong suddenly attacked. Yendong had no time to react because the surrounding void had been locked and a terrifying pressure descended. A terrifying roar burst out in his mind. At that moment, his soul shook as if it was about to collapse. Before Yendong and the others could react, the Lord of Mountain City had already appeared in front of them. Yendong immediately shouted, "Run." At this moment, if he still didn't run, he would be an idiot. Obviously, there was something wrong with his lord. Unfortunately, when they wanted to run, it was already too late. The surrounding void became extremely sticky. Even if they burned their blood, they couldn't move a step. Bam, bam, bam. At this moment, Han Fei appeared and slapped Yendong and the other two on the head. That one palm strike nearly crippled their divine souls. From the moment Yendong entered the Lord's mansion, his fate had already been decided. Of course, even if he didn't enter the Lord's mansion, they still couldn't escape the fate of becoming puppets. In just a moment, Yendong and the others also became the Lord of Mountain City's puppets, one after another. Now this mountain city was completely destroyed by Han Fei. In the next 2 hours, Han Fei refined all the kings of the 10,000 scale tribe in the mountain city into his puppets. In total, there was 1 heaven opening realm and 21 pioneer sea realm. The rest were not kings of the 10,000 scale tribe. Most of them came to the mountain city to temporarily avoid the tides, so Han Fei didn't attack them. The kings of the 10,000 scale tribe who were controlled by Han Fei were soon sent back to their posts by Han Fei. Therefore, they didn't notice anything unusual. After all, it was normal for kings and lords to disappear for a while if they wanted to talk. At this moment, Han Fei didn't release the kings from the Source Sea. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion, Tai Yuan and the others were waiting for the result of Han Fei's soul-searching. Han Fei said, "We have the sea map to leave the chaotic wasteland. However, it's only the sea map of the chaotic wasteland. The sea maps of other places in the divine land of the East Ocean are not on the Lord's body or in his memory." Wang Yijian said, "That's enough. As long as we leave this chaotic wasteland, we can do whatever we want. By then, where we go will be our own business." Han Fei nodded slightly and took out a jade slip. "This is the sea map of the chaotic wasteland, but the part about the City of Wanderers is missing. Senior Sword God, Senior Yijian, you must be going to the Eastern Sword Pavilion. Senior Snail Emperor, what do you think?" The Snail Emperor smiled. "I haven't decided yet. I'll go out and have a look first." Tai Yuan asked, "Han Fei, what do you think?" Han Fei said, "I'll stay in the chaotic wasteland." Everyone was taken aback, but then they were relieved. Han Fei was the human emperor and walked on the great way of the human emperor. In the chaotic wasteland, countless humans were still trapped in the abyss of suffering. It was unrealistic for Han Fei to leave now. Han Fei said, "According to the result of my soul-searching, in the divine land of the East Ocean, except for the chaotic wasteland, the sea of gods and demons, and the boundless mining area, he should be able to go to all the other places. Moreover, There were tens of thousands of races that could go. There were no special restrictions on the races. For example, the Eastern Sword Pavilion, where countless sword cultivators from all races gather, and the Mountain of Fist Radiance. Senior Tai Yuan, you're a body-refining cultivator, so that place should be more suitable for you. Senior Kongshen, you're on a different path. The terrifying capital of the divine land of the East Ocean should be your best choice. Senior Snail Emperor, I really don't know where you want to go, but if you really don't have a place to go, the Divine Capital Dynasty is where the races of the divine land of the East Ocean gather. It's said that the system there is strict. You can consider it. The Snail Emperor nodded and then said, "Is there anyone who wants to kill me for treasures?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Among the races, there are many masters who have rare treasures or have treasures all over their bodies. If the Divine Capital Dynasty can't even protect the guests in the city, how can it rule the divine land of the East Ocean?" The Sword God nodded slightly. "In that case, it seems that the chaotic wasteland where you are is the most dangerous place. The heavy responsibility of protecting the chaotic Azure Sea will fall on your shoulders." Han Fei grinned. "The chaotic wasteland may be the most suitable place for me in the entire divine land of the East Ocean. At least for now. It seems that there is still a lot of room for me." The Sword God asked, "Do you want to release the kings in the Origin Sea?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Not for now. After the tide wave, I'll ask them for their choice. Only the seniors know that I control the mountain city, and it's better not for others to know. However, I want to ask the seniors to do one more thing." Tai Yuan nodded. "Go ahead." Han Fei said, "I want to ask the seniors to erase the memory of coming out of the chaotic sea and coming to the mountain city when I leave here." The Snail Emperor asked, "Then I won't even know how to return to the chaotic sea?" Han Fei smiled and said, "You don't know now, do you? As long as I don't die, this path will always exist. Even if I die, I still have an incarnation, and I won't let this path disappear completely." The Sword God and the others nodded slightly. "Okay, that's good too. If something really happens to us, the chaotic sea will be affected." Chapter 2135. Han Fei, Sword God, and the rest had made their own choices. To Han Fei, staying in the chaotic wasteland was far more beneficial than leaving it. He was different from Sword God and the rest. They had lived for tens of thousands of years. The Sword Palace and the Source Sea were already big enough. What they lacked was to confirm their Tao and seek breakthroughs. However, it was not time for Han Fei to seek breakthroughs. He was now at the stage of laying the foundation, replenishing resources, expanding the Source Sea, and improving his strength were the most important things he needed to do now. And the chaotic wasteland contained a massive amount of resources. An energy crystal was nothing to Han Fei. 10,000 energy crystals were nothing to him. But 1,000,000, 10,000,000, a trillion. A lord provided him with 30 million energy crystals in the blink of an eye, including the ones he plundered from the Source Sea of the 10,000 Scale Clan. The number reached about 40 million. Although there was a distinction between high and low energy crystals. Even if one were to calculate blindly, the ownerless souls in the energy crystals were enough to make one's scalp go numb. Previously, in the Little Sea Village, a venerable level energy crystal contained 8 strands of chaotic energy, 102 ownerless souls, and 110,000 points of spiritual energy. What did 40 million mean? Therefore, before the tidal wave arrived, Han Fei could say that he did not do anything and directly entered the Source Sea to expand the chaotic sea. When the infinite chaotic energy was extracted from the energy crystals by Han Fei, there were as many as 200 million strands. Han Fei could not help but be shocked. If he opened the endless void to absorb it every day, how long would it take? Therefore, in the Source Sea, Han Fei refined the chaotic energy with the yin-yang millstone every day and converted it into immortal spiritual energy. It took him a full 2 years, but he still could not completely convert the chaotic energy into immortal spiritual energy. Even before the conversion of the resources was complete, the mountain city had already welcomed the 11th attack of the ominous creatures. Moreover, the scale of the attacks by the ominous creatures was also gradually increasing. According to the usual practice of the mountain city, all the attacks by the ominous creatures before the tidal wave were first come, first served. Whoever got it first would get it. It was also because of this that the rule of the 10,000 scale clan was consolidated. Before the tidal wave, the ominous creatures would usually attack the city about 10 times. This situation was not fixed, but it would not exceed 20 times at most. For the commoners, they only hoped that this level of siege would happen more often. The more they did it, the more benefits they would get. And this time, Mountain City only welcomed a total of 11 attacks from ominous creatures, although many people felt that it was a pity. However, this was also within their calculations. It was already not bad to have 11 sieges. The lowest number of sieges in history was only 5, which was pitifully low. Today was more than half of the 8th day since they came to Mountain City. Before the 9th day arrived, the tide wave came. The arrival of the tidal wave this time was about 5 days earlier than expected. The speed of the tidal wave was not very fast. It was like a sandstorm or a tidal wave. From the moment it was discovered to the moment it actually arrived, it would take a certain amount of time. This time could be as slow as half a day. Therefore, there was enough time for the experts in the city to respond. The ones that arrived earlier than the tidal waves were naturally ominous beings. This was probably the largest attack the ominous beings had ever launched against the city. This siege would last for at least 6 to 8 hours. Of course, there were not countless ominous beings rushing into the city at every moment. The number would not be more than the previous few times, or even less. But the duration was far from comparable to the previous few times. On the 4 sides of the city wall, Han Fei's puppets were shouting, "Explorers and above, all of you, go to the city gate and receive clean stones. Each person is limited to 300. After the war, each person needs to pay 120 energy crystals of the corresponding level according to their strength. Hurry up, go to battle in half an hour." Such furious roars rose and fell one after another. After all, the power of one person was limited. But with millions of people participating in the battle, the energy crystals that could be obtained in the end would be a terrifying number. And each person received 300 clean stones first, which was not a gift, but a loan. Since they borrowed it, they naturally had to return it. According to the usual means of Mountain City, after giving out 300 clean stones, they had to receive 120 energy crystals. According to the 1-to-1 ratio, it was equivalent to the Lord of Mountain City receiving 40% of the harvest. Of course, in a battle, there would inevitably be losses. Not everyone could exchange 300 clean stones for 300 energy crystals. Under normal circumstances, it would be considered not bad if they could get back 200. Excluding the losses during the battle and the amount that had to be turned in, generally, if the participants didn't die, the income and expenditure would be calculated according to the previous ratio of income and expenditure. This time, Han Fei estimated that the average number of energy crystals obtained might be maintained between 180 and 220, so they could keep about 60 to 100 energy crystals for themselves. If the first 11 waves of ominous creatures attacked the city. In fact, the energy crystals that the people could obtain were actually quite a lot for the participants. Of course, compared with the rulers, they naturally got too little. More than 2 million people participated in the battle, and the total amount of energy crystals they got after the war was actually about 50% more than what the leader of Mountain City took away. Of course, there were also some strong people who could increase the use rate of clean stones to more than 90% in the Battle of the Tide Wave. Generally speaking, these people were extremely talented. After each tide wave, some outstanding talents would be selected from these people and sent to the scavenger city. If there were more, there would be more. Of course, generally there would not be more than 1,000 people. This could be decided according to the wishes of each lord. At this moment, When the battle began, the people of Mountain City heard that the number of clean stones they could receive this year was actually about 300, 30 more than the highest number in previous years. This made many people overjoyed. Someone said, "This time the number of clean stones has increased, but the amount of turning in has also increased." Be sure to pay attention to the efficiency of the use of clean stones. Don't use them blindly. Otherwise, you will participate in the battle in vain without getting much benefit. Someone looked solemn, like a father warning his son. "My son, listen carefully. Under the tide wave, the probability of death is greatly increased. Remember, don't take risks and don't be greedy. Once you encounter danger, even if you have to use a few more clean stones, you must protect yourself." A wife and husband said, "If you and I work together, it's equivalent to 600 clean stones. We must take out 100 as a guarantee. When we reach the warning line of 100 clean stones, we must immediately fight on the edge. Otherwise, if you die, I can't live alone." As the tide wave came, the entire mountain city fell into an inexplicable tension. However, in Han Fei's view, this was not a big deal, because in the face of such an impact, the probability of death was less than 10%, which was actually very good. Compared with the heavenly desolate city, the battle of the scattered stars island, and the 36 black heavens, this was nothing. As soon as Han Fei came out of the Source Sea, he heard the sword god's voice transmission. "Han Fei, shouldn't you let the kings come out and watch such a scene? Otherwise, if they miss this opportunity, I'm afraid they may never see it again in this lifetime." Tai Yuan said, "You must keep your control of the mountain city a secret. Why don't you trap them in the mansion? They can only watch but not listen, and they can't get any information around them. What do you think?" Han Fei thought for a while and nodded slightly. "Okay, but I have to think about it from another perspective." Swish, swish, swish in the Lord's mansion, in a barrier, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared one after another, except for Li Luoluo. Han Fei couldn't see through Li Luoluo. He guessed that this woman shouldn't be that simple, so others might be able to see the tide wave attack, but Li Luoluo couldn't. At least he could more or less believe the others. They were all the 36 black heavens, and he had fought them one by one. There was only one 10-color sky. Only Li Luoluo, and her origin was unknown. At the moment when everyone left, Han Fei said to Li Luoluo in the Source Sea, "I will only tell you a very simple overview about the outside world, but I don't believe you, so I won't let you participate in some things. Can you understand?" Li Luoluo curled her lips slightly. "Am I so untrustworthy? I don't know much about the sea realm." Han Fei chuckled. "Don't play tricks with me. When you go out in the future, you will have plenty of time to learn about it." Han Fei didn't talk too much nonsense with Li Luoluo. His distrust of her was obvious on his face. In the outside world, when Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared and found that they were trapped in a barrier, they were all dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Han Fei, what do you mean?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, why are we trapped in this barrier?" Han Fei said, "There are some things that I can only let you see, but I can't let you participate in. I can't tell you where this place is, for fear that if something happens in the future, my layout here will be leaked. However, I want you to see this world, so I can only let you watch it through the sky curtain." Luo Xiaobai and the others immediately understood. They didn't expect that Han Fei would set up a backup plan in the sea realm so soon. Since it was a backup plan, they might not be together in the future. Once an accident happened, they really needed to be cautious. Xuan Nu said, "Everything is important. Human Emperor, you don't have to worry about us." Han Yu nodded. "Everything is at your command, Your Majesty." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, just do it. It's good to watch the sky curtain." Chapter 2136. If Tai Yuan and the others hadn't told him, Han Fei wouldn't have asked them to witness the battle of the tide wave. This kind of scene might be grand, but it could also let the kings know the basic situation of the chaotic wasteland. The reason why Han Fei agreed later was that he felt that seeing it with his own eyes might shock them more and remind them how dangerous the sea realm was. Han Fei had controlled the sky hanging mirror for so many years, so it was not difficult for him to create a canopy. When the canopy bloomed, it showed the real-time situation inside and outside the city walls of the mountain city. Except there was no sound, it was almost no different from watching a movie. For a moment, someone was surprised. Is this the sea realm? There are people with tails, and there are people with horns on their heads. Zhang Xuanyu said, there are a few people on the city wall. They stand up and look like knives. What a weird creature. Han Fei said, they are not creatures. They are from the Blade Clan. They are born with 4 bodies like knives. But after they transform, they keep their 2 hands in the form of knives. Lu Renquang asked, what race are those with scales? Han Fei said, that's the 10,000 Scales clan, the ruling race of the super large sea area where we live. There are emperors in the clan. Huh, emperors. The kings all gasped. Did they encounter such a powerful race as soon as they came out? Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Living emperors? Han Fei asked, are they dead? Luo Xiaobai asked, are they fighting? There are 3 lines of defense inside and outside. And why are the weapons in everyone's hands emitting a milky white luster? Han Fei said, you need to know this place. This place is called the Chaotic Wasteland. Outside, while the whole city was preparing for the battle, Han Fei was telling Luo Xiaobai and the others about the Chaotic Wasteland. Hearing this, the kings all exclaimed, what? There are sea expansion realm masters in a village of 300,000 people? What? We can easily encounter a group of thousands of ominous creatures at the Venerable Realm? How is it possible? A city with 30% Venerables and dozens of sea expansion realm masters? How can there be so many strong masters? What? There are heaven-opening realm masters in a city with millions of people? For a moment, all the kings were dumbfounded. If what Han Fei said was true, then the sea realm was too terrifying. This was the most remote place in the divine prefecture of the Eastern Sea. What kind of place was the divine capital dynasty, which was said to be flourishing and prosperous? However, when Han Fei finished explaining all this, everyone's heart did a flip. Since there were heaven-opening realm cultivators in the city, what did it mean that Han Fei could release all of them? This meant that during the time they were in the Origin Sea, Han Fei had already killed a heaven-opening realm expert. Luo Xiaobai, on the other hand, glanced at Hong Yu and thought of Han Fei's methods. She seemed to have guessed something. Luo Xiaobai and the others had known that Han Fei could manipulate others for a long time. A few days ago, Han Fei went to see Hong Yu, but what did Hong Yu do? He was a corpse refiner. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai almost thought that since Han Fei dared to let them out, the Lord must have been controlled. As for whether it was a refined corpse or not, she did not know, but she was sure that it was not dead. And among all of them, the most excited one, even to the point that his body was trembling slightly, was Hong Yu himself. Hong Yu thought that the world that Han Fei described was simply made for him. In the past, the 36 Black Heavens were only filled with internal conflicts between the human race and the sea demons. When everyone's strength was about the same, it was very difficult to kill a sea-opening realm expert. They needed a complete corpse to refine corpses. Even if he was confident that he could kill a king, he was not confident that he could leave that person's corpse intact. However, in this chaotic wasteland, there were actually other races enslaving humans. When he thought of the cultivation method that Han Fei asked him about corpse refinement a few days ago, Hong Yu already understood most of it. He reckoned that the royal family and even the lord of the heaven-splitting realm in this city had probably already become corpses. Although he did not know how Han Fei embarked on this path, the fact proved that Han Fei had succeeded. Hong Yu was very clear that this place was very suitable for corpse refinement. Besides, from the perspective of a human emperor like Han Fei, The 10,000 Scales clan enslaved the human race, so they were definitely his sworn enemy. In this way, he immediately became the one who was most likely to help Han Fei among all the kings. As long as he refined the corpse well, he could help Han Fei conquer a few cities in the future. Not only would he be a hero to the human race, but he could also improve his strength rapidly. How could he not be excited? Han Fei glanced at Hong Yu and did not bother to say anything, because this guy guessed right. He indeed had to put him in an important position. In terms of corpse refinement, only this guy could walk on it. Han Fei said, "Okay, take your time to digest all the information from the Sea Realm. Next, it's the tidal wave that I mentioned. You just need to watch it from here." Letting them watch, it was already Han Fei's bottom line for now. Without absolute confidence, Han Fei would never let them know what kind of place Mountain City was. And among these kings, more than half of them would leave the chaotic wasteland with Tai Yuan and go to a new world. No matter what their relationship was like before, they were now all part of the human race. About half an hour later, the ominous creatures that rushed at the forefront had already appeared in the sight of the Mountain City's garrison army. On the city gate, the kings shouted one after another, "Attack at will." Because the ominous creatures that kept coming were not so dense, a lot of clean stones would be wasted if they shot them from afar. Ordinary people were only allocated a total of 300 clean stones. How could they be willing to spend them here? Therefore, the opposite of the south gate of Mountain City bore the brunt of the attack. More than 300,000 venerables and a massive number of explorers came out in full force. At this moment, it was time for them to harvest. Because once the ominous creatures gathered and the captain of the guards began to call for a retreat, this wave of resources would have nothing to do with them. Kill! Kill them in an orderly manner. No scrambling. Puff, puff, puff. When the major city gates began to attack one after another, the nearly 1 million venerables attacked at the same time. The scene was like a sky full of light and shadows, breaking out in the depths of the sea, bursting out a gorgeous and holy brilliance. The first wave of ominous creatures that charged over were slaughtered almost instantly upon coming face to face. Venerables usually wouldn't attack the ominous creatures that were at the explorer level because it was not worth wasting their clean stones. Therefore, the explorer level ominous creatures fell into the hands of the explorers. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in Mountain City were like a devouring machine. No matter how many ominous creatures came, they were basically wiped out in an instant. If they didn't have a sense of propriety and didn't dare to attack Tai Yuan, they might have already killed their way out for 100,000 kilometers. In the Lord's mansion, Zhang Xuanyu and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Someone exclaimed, "Are there really 1 million venerables?" Someone was stunned. With such combat power, how can we invade and break through? Xue Nu said, "The ominous creatures are afraid of that white light. That stone should be a good thing that can purify the ominous." Liang Yin said, "But with so many people using it, the consumption of this item is also shocking. There are endless sea creatures. No matter how many stones we have, I'm afraid they won't last long." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Why did you think so much? If they didn't have any tricks, how could they have survived in this place for hundreds of thousands of years?" The battle lasted for a full 4 hours. For hours later, when a group of demon marlin rushed over at the speed of light, for the first time, a relatively large number of human experts fell. The sailfish was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sea. Ordinary venerables didn't dare to easily resist its power. When hundreds of venerables were instantly killed by the sailfish, the sound of retreat came from the city. A venerable shouted, "Retreat to Mountain City! Everyone retreat to Mountain City!" A venerable had just used his ultimate move and wasted 5 or 6 clean stones to purify a dozen ominous creatures. Although he knew that the sailfish were coming, he couldn't bear to waste 5 or 6 clean stones. Seeing that the energy crystals were right in front of him, he made up his mind and prepared to take a risk. He wanted to snatch the things back before retreating. However, while he was hesitating, the dense swarm of sailfish had already arrived. It was already too late to retreat, even if that person regretted it and detonated dozens of purity stones at once. However, in that instant, he was already pierced through, smashed to pieces. There were a few clean stones left, but there was no more room for them to be used. There were many people like this. At the very least, at that moment, the number of people who had died had reached close to 1,000. Venerables could be reborn from a single drop of blood, but under such circumstances, it was meaningless. Even if they were reborn, they would still die. Thus, someone chose to self-destruct. Bang, bang, bang. When the explosions occurred again and again, Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Just like that, thousands of strong masters died. If most of the fallen were explorers, they could understand. However, those that perished were mostly exalted experts, and this caused them to be astounded, because they'd practically lost 36 profounders in an instant. Chapter 2137. At this time, there were less than 4 hours left before the arrival of the tidal wave. The density of the ominous creatures had increased significantly, and the price of fighting freely was rapidly increasing. Most people already knew that the situation was not right, and they all shouted, "Retreat! Don't be greedy for those energy crystals." When the defending army returned to their positions, the defending army that was already prepared began to attack with the pure stone arrow rain that they had used in the previous battles. The sky was filled with holy light arrows, piercing through the sky and blocking the enemy's retreat. At this time, the city defense army consumed war supplies, not their own, because they couldn't participate in the free hunting. As long as they didn't die after the war, they could get extra energy crystals. Of course, not everyone could join the city defense army. These people were all at the venerable realm without exception. The selection process was very strict, so others could only be jealous of them. Swish, 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 wave after wave of arrows rained down. If one looked at it from a third person's perspective, it would look like a meteor had exploded. The pure and holy arrows never stopped, and in the short time it took for an incense stick to burn, the number of purity stones consumed had reached a shocking 5 million. Of course, outside the mountain city, a large number of energy crystals were also left behind. In the Lord's mansion, Zhang Xuanyu and the others were surprised. Are those the so-called clean stones? This is a war of attrition. They don't look good at all. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. You can't say that. This may be the specialty of this chaotic wasteland. What we fight is resources, but what we get back is also resources. It's equivalent to exchanging resources with these ominous creatures. But the resources in exchange can greatly help cultivators grow stronger quickly. Lu Rinquang added, I'm thinking, what if we run out of these stones? If they fight like this every 100 years, what about 10,000 years, 100,000 years? And this is just a city. Someone said, even the resources of the chaotic azure sea can't be dug out. Besides, the outside world is vast, and there must be a lot of such clean stone veins. Not only Zhang Xuanyu and the others were shocked, but even Han Fei and Taiyuan were also shocked. Every second, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of clean stones were consumed. At this rate of consumption, by the time the tidal wave arrived, at least 100 million pure stones would have been consumed, perhaps even more. About an hour later, the speed of the clear stone arrows could no longer completely resist the attacks of these ominous creatures. However, the guards of the mountain city had already made preparations. They had already laid down a large number of clean stone mines that stretched for thousands of miles outside the mountain city. In the sky above the city, the pure stone shield was ready. Bang, 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 when the sea of ominous creatures rushed over, the clean stone water thunder burst out, illuminating the entire mountain city. It was as if holy light had enveloped the earth. Most people could only see a vast expanse of white in front of them. They couldn't tell how many ominous creatures were in front of them. However, the outermost guards were all ready for battle at this moment, and were only waiting for the guard captain's order. Amidst the flashes of lightning, when the first ominous creature charged into the area within 100 miles of the mountain city, there was a buzzing sound as a holy light barrier suddenly rose 2,000 miles away. This holy light barrier enveloped the entire mountain city in an orderly manner. The defensive array of the mountain city had been activated half an hour in advance. The kings all shouted, "Everyone attack! The battle time is only half an hour." Kill! Ripples constantly appeared on the city-protecting array, which was caused by countless ominous creatures hitting the array. However, these collisions and vibrations were rapidly decreasing. Han Fei and the others could sense that at the moment the city-protecting array was activated, a large number of ominous creatures actually took the initiative to avoid it. They no longer attacked the mountain city, and they didn't know where they were going. Seeing this scene, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the ominous creatures were afraid of the power of the clean stone. When the entire city was enveloped by the light of the clean stone, they lost interest in the mountain city. But Han Fei knew that more than 10 years after the tidal wave, it was also the peak period for hunting. Although the tidal wave had passed, a large number of ominous creatures would stay in this sea area of the chaotic wasteland. These creatures would occasionally attack the city, but at that time their numbers would not be as dense as now. Therefore, the 10 years after this war would be the 10 years when the people in the city cultivated the fastest. It was even to the extent that a small portion of people would save some purity stones for hunting. Of course, those 10 years would also be the most dangerous 10 years. In the 10 years after the tidal wave and the tidal wave, it was very easy for powerful creatures to be born among the ominous creatures, and even some creatures in the heaven-opening state would be born. After all, a large number of ominous creatures were not of the same species, and they would also devour each other. Therefore, in the 10 years after the war, only a small number of ominous creatures were killed by humans, and most of them were devoured by each other. In the end, these ominous creatures would form some relatively powerful ethnic groups, which would give birth to experts. The 2,000 kilometers outside the city were blocked, and the Venerables crazily attacked. This time, their purpose was to kill these ominous creatures, because the more they killed, the more resources they would get. The reason was that simple. If you didn't want resources, others would. When nearly 1 million Venerable State experts rushed over, this kind of war was like a collision of steel torrents. Someone cast a great technique to trap the ominous creatures and then purify them with clean stones. Someone was directly penetrated by a dazzling light, and a large amount of black mist entered his body. In the blink of an eye, he fell into madness and attacked his companions. Someone killed the ominous creatures, but died in the hands of others. Someone attacked fiercely and fought 3 in and 3 out. In fact, there were not many ominous creatures within a mere 2,000 kilometers. After a few rounds of attacks, the ominous creatures were all slaughtered. When the army retreated, the city guards set up clean stones and water mines again, and Han Fei reactivated the Great Array to trap a large number of ominous creatures again. Just like that, after repeating this process twice, a loud bang was heard, and the tidal wave finally came crashing down. A large amount of black mist directly enveloped the entire mountain city. The guards all shouted, "Everyone, don't attack." The city-protecting Great Array was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was 2,000 kilometers away, and this Great Array would inevitably be broken because the coverage was too large, and the larger the coverage, the more clean stones would be consumed. Therefore, the outermost Great Array would only last for 2 hours, and the duration of the tidal wave would be as long as 2 days or so. An hour later, puff, 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 suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the first layer of the city-protecting Great Array has opened." The guard captain shouted, "All troops prepare to attack." When the first layer of the city-protecting Great Array was breached, it meant that this Great Array was not far from collapsing. And as more and more breaches appeared, more and more ominous creatures would rush out from the breaches. Of course, there was also ominous aura rushing in this time. However, the amount of ominous aura was not very large. They could use the first layer of the city-protecting Great Array to launch the last round of attacks before it was broken. In the array, the army was charging. Outside the array, Han Fei tried to release his perception, only to find that once his soul touched this overwhelming ominous aura, it would be melted. Half an hour later, just as the first layer of the Great City Barrier Formation was about to be riddled with holes, suddenly there was a loud bang and the formation cracked. Something suddenly broke through the formation. It was a head that was more than 300 meters long. In the city, the kings who were not controlled by Han Fei all changed their expressions. Not good. There is a powerful, ominous creature in this round. It's being born too fast. Han Fei's puppets all shouted at this moment. All troops retreat. Kacha! The first layer of the array was collapsing rapidly. The city-protecting Great Array was collapsing faster and faster. If they were not careful, the mountain city would suffer heavy losses. Han Fei conservatively estimated that at least 10% of the population would be killed. And the sword god and the others were still disguised as frogmen, so it was not very suitable for Han Fei to attack. Beside Xue Fei, Han Fei shouted, blasted out of the array. BM, in the blink of an eye, Xue Fei's emperor might surged. He instantly slaughtered his way over with 1,000 purifying stones in hand. He blasted out with a single strike, blasting the snake head away. At the same time, Xue Fei also rushed out of the array and fell into the black, ominous aura. Han Fei also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the strangeness of the ominous aura, so he also appeared outside the array. However, Xue Fei relied on the clean stones to resist the ominous aura. Han Fei's body was shrouded in holy light. This was the outbreak of the heavenly awakening divine technique. Countless strong masters in the mountain city were shocked. Could it be an ominous creature in the heaven-opening state? Chapter 2138. The reason why Han Fei wanted to enter the ominous mist in person was just to confirm his situation in the mist. He needed to prove that the Tianqi Great Path was really suitable for the chaotic wasteland, because in the ominous fog, people were unable to penetrate their senses, because once their senses came into contact with it, they would be melted and even their bodies would be affected. Therefore, even the various sovereigns could only see a faint glimmer of light in the dark fog. When Han Fei stepped into the ominous fog, he was surprised to find that the visibility was only about 10 meters. Everywhere was filled with the black fog. Xue Fei used the clean stone to illuminate the surroundings. Han Fei's body shone brightly like a bright moon in the darkness. Then, Han Fei saw the dragon snake that was thousands of meters long. At that moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Dark Een Snake, filthy. Introduction: an ocean creature polluted by the ominous tide. Because it has swallowed countless ominous creatures, it has developed a consciousness and a strong desire to grow. It can swallow other people's negative emotions, affect other people's emotions, and stimulate the darkness in one's heart. Level 100 quality, primeval alien realm, sky splitter, combat technique, Tai-in muddy water, immortal demon body, dark tide, uncontrollable roar, collectible, pure energy crystal, absorbable, not absorbable, remark, stained with ominous creatures. Don't touch it. Roar! Hardly had Han Fei read the message when he felt that his eardrums were vibrating. The dark Een snake was roaring uncontrollably at him. As a result, Han Fei's heart sank and he had the urge to wipe out the 10,000 scale tribe. He even thought of taking all the gains from the battle in Mountain City. However, Han Fei was new here. His goal in the chaotic wasteland was simple: kill the 10,000 scale clan and save the people. Also, kill the infamily, and protect the chaotic sea. Therefore, there wasn't any darkness in Han Fei's heart. He was just a bit unsteady. Han Fei snorted, and the Tianqi divine art fell from the sky. BM, the Tianqi divine art, was like an inextinguishable beam of light in the boundless dark mist. The beam of light fell in an instant. When the Heaven Awakening God art landed on the darkest Een snake, it actually turned into a ball of black water. A black pillar of water blocked the Heaven Awakening God art. This should be the dark Een serpent's moon, turbid water avatar. It was as if evil energy was exploding. Of course, the lunar turbid water was constantly being purified. Obviously, the Heaven Awakening Divine technique had an absolute suppression effect on even Heaven Opening Realm ominous life forms. However, Han Fei also discovered that the dark Een snake could actually absorb a large amount of ominous qi from the massive amount of ominous qi to replenish itself. Of course, the speed at which it was replenished was not as fast as its purification. However, Han Fei found that if he wanted to completely purify this thing in the tidal waves, he would have to consume at least 10,000 years of his lifespan. After all, they were both sky splitters, and they could absorb the ominous qi from the tidal waves. Instead of fighting head-on, Han Fei asked Xue Fei to form a barrier with a clean stone array, trying to envelop this place. Whoosh! When the black water ripples, each stronger than the last, burst out in the air, a large number of clean stones lost their luster and collapsed in an instant. Han Fei saw that as the ripples overlapped, the clean stones collapsed faster and faster. Tens of thousands of clean stones couldn't even resist one ripple. Besides, when the second ripple overlapped, tens of thousands of clean stones were not enough to resist it at all. The clean stone array was almost broken. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei added more than 1,000,000 purity stones, forming a super barrier in the middle of the tide. With a massive amount of clean stones and Han Fei's Heaven Awakening Divine technique, the dark Een snake in the Heaven Opening Realm was finally suppressed. Millions of clean stones were almost used up. After Han Fei performed 5 Heavenly Awakening Divine techniques in a row, the dark Een snake in the Heaven Opening state was finally purified. After killing this dark Een snake, Han Fei's heart trembled. 1,000,000 clean stones and a few Heaven Awakening Divine techniques were actually not a lot at all. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of Heaven Awakening Divine techniques in the mountain city to resist the ominous creatures. How great would it be to kill an ominous creature in the Heaven Opening Realm with the same consumption of clean stones? This was much easier than killing a normal Heaven Opening Realm expert. Han Fei calculated that as long as he had enough clean stones, he could kill many ominous creatures in the Heaven Opening Realm like the dark Een snake by himself. The death of the dark Een snake didn't show any celestial phenomenon. Maybe it was because of the tidal waves that the celestial phenomenon couldn't be shown. But the energy crystal Han Fei got was a bit extraordinary. It contained 180,000 wisps of chaotic energy, more than 100,000 ownerless souls, and more than 30,000 strands of ferocious qi. Its spiritual energy reached 10 million. If such an energy crystal was given to an ordinary person, it could be used until he became a venerable or even a king. This was the terrifying power of the Heaven Opening Realm energy crystal. When Xue Fei and Han Fei returned to the mountain city, the first layer of the city defense array, which was riddled with holes, happened to shatter. When the ominous creatures and the tidal waves almost rushed to the edge of the city wall, the guard captains all shouted, "Activate the second layer of the city defense array." It was similar to the first layer of the city defense array. They kept using the method of catching turtles in a jar to surround a group of ominous creatures and began to kill them freely. Different from the first layer of the city defense array, which only lasted for 2 hours, this second layer lasted for a full 16 hours, and the number of clean stones burned was also astronomical. The land thousands of kilometers outside the city was covered with energy crystals. The third layer of the city defense array was the main city array. Unlike the previous two Great Formations, the main city's Great Formation had the most purity stones, but it still maintained the same method of catching turtles in a jar. This lasted for a full 2 days and 1 hour before the tidal waves slowly disappeared. During this period, Han Fei attacked a total of 6 times and killed 6 ominous creatures in the heaven-opening realm. However, after the tidal waves, the battle didn't mean the end. Although the tidal waves disappeared for some reason, there was still a small amount of ominous aura remaining in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, or even more, and some ominous creatures were fighting. This was the time when the whole city was free to hunt. People were free to hunt ominous creatures. Anyway, no matter how they hunted, the amount they had to turn in was the same. During this period, the layer of energy crystals on the ground was left by the ominous creatures that were purified when the city defense array withstood the impact of the tidal waves. Ordinary people couldn't collect them. In the city, Lord's mansion, Han Fei said, "This is the tidal waves of the chaotic wasteland. Ominous creatures attack the city. Every 100 years it will erupt. This time it's over and it's time for you to leave." Han Fei said solemnly, "The chaotic wasteland is only a part of the East Sea. The East Sea is also only a part of the Sea Realm. To put it bluntly, in the Sea World, sea expansion experts were like inauspicious creatures within the tide. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. In the Sea Realm, the Sea Opening Realm is just the beginning. How each of you walks on this path and how far you can walk on this path will depend on yourselves. But you have advantages because you have lived for a long time and have a profound foundation, which is not comparable to the ordinary Sea Opening Realm experts in the Sea Realm." Hong Yu said, "I'm willing to follow your majesty. I, Hong Yu, will be the first to stay." Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. "Don't make trouble. The chaotic wasteland may be suitable for a small number of people, but it is definitely not suitable for most people." Then Han Fei said, "If you want to leave, enter Senior Tai Yuan's Origin Sea later. As long as you leave the chaotic wasteland, you will be free." Tai Yuan said leisurely, "Here, there are only a few people who can adapt to the chaotic wasteland. Besides, the scavenger city has been suppressing the human race. If you stay here, you will not only have no chance to make a name for yourself, but also have to tread on thin ice every day." Han Fei is right. You have to think about it carefully. The Snow Girl said, "I will go with Senior Tai Yuan. In the Sea Realm, our strength is only ordinary. We must be careful. Becoming stronger and revitalizing the human race is our goal." Lu Li nodded. "I agree. I will also go with Senior Tai Yuan." Lei Qing added, "This is not a place for humans to stay for a long time. We shouldn't delay the human emperor's plan here. We must go." Huang Jie scoffed. "Hey, in such a big world, it will be a big loss if we don't go out." Zhang Xuanyu said, Han Fei added, "You have to go too. The scavenger city is not suitable for a human king to stay at all. I stay because I have a way to deal with it. If you stay, you will only hinder me." Lu Renquang added, "It's time for us to seek a stronger path." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, the sea expansion stage is just the beginning. We all have to embark on our own path." For a time, everyone expressed their opinions, which was exactly what Han Fei wanted. If they didn't go, they would be hindering him. In the end, Han Fei said, 10,000 races are fighting for hegemony. You and I are all human beings. What we are fighting for is the rise of the human race in this great world. I don't care what means you have or what means you use, but the human race is your root. If this root is destroyed and you and I die, there will be no human race in this world. So, take care of yourself on this trip. Chapter 2139. Behind the Tide. Billions of kilometers away from the mountain city, Han Fei bid farewell to the sword god and the others again. Han Fei gave each of them 10 million crystals and said, Seniors, I don't know when we can meet again. However, I believe that as long as we don't die, we will always rise. Whether it's the human race, the beasts, or the undersea humans, we will all rise in the sea realm. The sword god said, "You must accumulate strength in the chaotic wasteland instead of fighting against the 10,000 Scales clan. After all, you should consider these things when you're strong enough." Han Fei nodded. "Of course. Although I'm proud of my strength, I'm not strong enough to challenge the emperor-level experts." Tai Yuan said, "Although you've embarked on the path of corpse puppets, you must not focus on this path. The path of corpse puppets is much weaker than your other paths. You must be careful." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your teachings, Senior Tai Yuan." Wang Yijian said, "If we meet again, let's have a competition." Han Fei said with a smile, "Sure." Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Rinquang bid farewell to Han Fei in person. Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know if we can meet again. If there's a chance, I will leave some clues marked by thugs. If there's a chance, we can meet again in the future." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. I'll do the same. Han Fei, if you can't defeat an emperor in the chaotic wasteland, you can leave the chaotic wasteland for a while and seek some opportunities. That should be the best choice for you." Lu Rinquang said, "Then pay attention. You may find clues about me in places with delicious food. Also, we will definitely meet again." Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course. By the way, I have something for you." After that, Han Fei gave each of them a jade slip and a star shell, saying, "3 of my attacks are sealed in them. There are also some energy crystals, not many, only 1,000,000. It's not necessary to give them too much, which may even affect your growth." Luo Xiaobai and the others nodded. That was true. The more help Han Fei gave them, the less conducive it was for their growth. But this jade slip was great if it could only be used to save their lives. Luo Xiaobai said, "I won't use it unless I have to. Senior Tai Yuan and the others are waiting for us. We can't stay in the chaotic wasteland for a long time. After the tidal wave, the scavenger city and its subordinate cities would definitely go on a rampage and hunt down the ominous life forms. Therefore, I have to take advantage of the time when all the big cities are gathering their resources to leave quickly. I have to return as well." Zhang Xuanyu took a breath and patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "Next time we meet, guess if I can catch up with you." Han Fei smiled. "I guess you can't. Tisk!" After bidding farewell to Zhang Xuanyu and the others, the sword god and the others did not stop and left quickly. They were both at the heaven opening stage, so they were very decisive. They were not lovers, so there was no need for them to be reluctant to part. One day later, Mountain City. Han Fei sat in the Lord's mansion and looked at the statistics. The war against the tidal wave in Mountain City cost about 750 million clean stones in total. Plus the clean stones that the people in the city accumulated every day, the total number might reach about 900 million. But Han Fei actually only spent 600 million clean stones, so he should get 240 million energy crystals back. But not all of the money was his. There were at least more than 100 million energy crystals, which would go to the scavenger city. Among them, the amount of tribute was almost 100 million. This was decided by the ranking of the lords. Shui Fei's Mountain City ranked 80th, and the amount of tribute was as high as 80 million. If he spent more in the scavenger city, he would lose 100 million. Compared with the previous years, the advantage this time was that Han Fei didn't need to reward the 10,000 Scale Clan powerhouses. As for the rest of the sea opening stage powerhouses, because they were mainly outsiders, Han Fei would reward them with more than 10,000 energy crystals, which was already very good. The outsiders were here to seek refuge, and Mountain City protected them. It was already very generous to give them some resources as compensation for defending the city. At least the 10,000 Scale Clan always thought so. And this time, after eliminating all the factors, Han Fei collected a total of about 236 million energy crystals. After giving some to the sword god and the others, there were less than 190 million left. The combat power of Mountain City wasn't lost too much. 40292 venerables died, and 85,698 explorers died, for a total of 125,990 people. They accounted for less than 5% of the total population of Mountain City. After 100 years, with the accumulation of a large number of cultivation resources, these lost people would be quickly replenished. And in this tidal wave, the people who participated in the battle in Mountain City received an average of 198 energy crystals. The part that was handed over meant that each person received an average of 78 energy crystals. This number was very good. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei was not in a hurry to use these resources. At this moment, the people were immersed in the joy of harvest. Suddenly, in the Lord's mansion, Xue Fei's voice sounded in the entire Mountain City. He said, "Everyone listen up. In the next 300 years, the tax on the sea area of Mountain City will be reduced from 50% to 30%. In the next 300 years, I will select some potential heavenly talents from the sea area of Mountain City to enter the city. The people in Mountain City will also be selected. So, in the next 300 years, you must work hard." Hiss, what? A full 20% tax reduction? 30% tax for 300 years? Sir Lord is so bold. In order to select some elites, you are willing to pay such a heavy price? Some people were shocked and couldn't help but feel excited. Tens of thousands of years? This is the first time. Does anyone remember when the last tax reduction was? Someone exclaimed that was more than 10,000 years ago. I think it's also to select talents. Many people secretly guessed, could it be that something big is going to happen in Scavenger City, and that's why there is this tax reduction? And this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. The reason why he wanted to reduce taxes was not to select talents. However, it could be used as a reason. Because every 100 years, the cities needed to send some talented, strong people to the Scavenger City. Mountain City didn't send many people every year, nor did it send many elites. However, this time, Han Fei had his own plan. Of course, the plan was only one of Han Fei's purposes. He couldn't control the more than 10,000 territories in the Scavenger City, so he could only make the people in the Mountain City live less oppressive lives. When Han Fei announced the tax reduction, there were still some people in the city who were not very excited. They looked puzzled. Suddenly reducing taxes? Nothing big is going to happen recently. Why? Someone narrowed his eyes and thought, this is big news. I have to report it to the higher-ups. When Han Fei announced the tax reduction, he already knew that this news would soon spread throughout the Scavenger City. Because such a low tax burden was rare, only a few cities had done it. When Xue Fei went to the Scavenger City to report, he would definitely be questioned. That would be the time to launch this plan. A few days later, Little Sea Village, when Han Fei's 10,000 Scales clan puppet came to report, Zhao Jing was dumbfounded. What? The tax is reduced by 30%? Master Messenger, is this true? Master Lord, you're going to select heavenly talents. How can it be false? In the next 300 years, your village should also work hard. Yes, thank you, Master Lord. Zhao Jing felt like she was dreaming. Her intuition told her that something was wrong this time. Is the Lord still alive? If he is alive, how can he not know about the death of the tax messenger? Not only did he not send people down to investigate, but he even reduced taxes by so much. But no matter what, this was a big event, a big happy event. Just when Zhao Jing was about to tell the villagers this good news, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Come to see me. Who is it? Zhao Jing's face changed drastically. When she scanned with her perception, she found that in her house there was an unforgettable person. This person was none other than Han Fei. After a moment, Zhao Jing asked, Master Emperor, you haven't left yet? Han Fei said, how about 30% of the tax? Zhao Jing couldn't help but gasp. Did you do this, Master? Han Fei didn't answer, nor did he say much to Zhao Jing. He said, what I'm going to say next, only you can know. Do you dare to listen? Gulp. Zhao Jing couldn't help swallowing and said decisively, Master, please go ahead. Han Fei said, the mountain city is already in my hands, but this is far from enough. I can decide the tax of the sea area of the mountain city, but I can't affect the tax of other cities. Now I need an identity of a heavenly talent, and the origin of this identity is in your little sea village. Zhao Jing didn't quite understand. She said blankly, my little sea village? Han Fei said, find me an identity that the whole village can accept. You are the only one who knows about this. Chapter 2140. Han Fei left a projection in the little sea village. This projection had the strength of a cultivator in the Pioneer Sea realm, but he was only at the peak level of the Venerable realm. Han Fei chose to replace a cultivator at the peak level of the Venerable realm who had died hunting in recent years. Han Fei transformed into this person's appearance, used this person's name, Yi Fenglu, and lived in the little sea village. The only thing Han Fei was dissatisfied with was his name. What the F***ck are you? In this world where you can't even live a happy life, how can you be a playboy? Unfortunately, for his own plan, Han Fei had to use this name. On this day, outside the little sea village, Han Fei's projection came to the entrance of the village. The chief guard, Zhou Hai, exclaimed, Fenglu? Am I seeing things? Where the F***ck have you been? What? Xiao Ye is still alive? Fenglu? You're not dead? However, because Han Fei didn't have Yi Fenglu's memory, his face was cold and vigilant at the moment. Anyway, it wasn't the first time that Han Fei had put on an act. Seeing a large group of people rushing over, Han Fei drew his knife and shouted, Don't come over! Huh? Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Fenglu, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you've been infected by the ominous aura? As soon as he said this, many people became vigilant. Yes, after Yi Fenglu's team went out, none of them came back. Obviously, something happened to them. Why did he come back alone? Han Fei pretended to be nervous and said, I'm only a little familiar with this place. I don't know how I found my way here. Can anyone tell me who I am? Suddenly, the group of people all took a breath. Zhou Hai was surprised and couldn't help asking, Did you lose your memory? Someone was surprised. It seems that something happened to Brother Ye's team. Someone said, The point is, where did Fenglu come from? Someone asked, Where did you come from? Han Fei said, I came from an ice layer on a mountain 30 million kilometers away from here. Do you know me? At this time, Zhao Jing appeared. Leader, it's Yi Fenglu. He's not dead, but obviously he lost his memory. Village chief, is Fenglu suffering from an ominous aura? Zhao Jing pretended to look Han Fei up and down. After a moment of silence, she said, Venerables would have gone crazy if they were contaminated by the ominous aura. Zhao Jing asked, Did you experience the tidal wave a few days ago? You should have an impression of the tidal wave, right? It's just the black fog filling the air and a large number of undying creatures attacking? Han Fei shook his head in confusion. No. While Zhou Hai and the others were shocked, Zhao Jing said decisively, he must have accidentally entered some primitive cemetery. Primitive graveyard? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. How did Yi Fenglu discover the entrance to the primitive cemetery? Zhao Jing asked again, Where you came from, are there any powerful beings? Han Fei shook his head. No, they're just ordinary creatures. But I swallowed a drop of strange blood essence there. Zhao Jing, what? Han Fei pretended to be at a loss and undid his battle suit. only to see that his body was covered with dense scales. Hiss! 10,000 scale tribe? Zhou Hai and the others all changed their expressions, and some of them were even hostile. But Zhao Jing roared, "Shut up! He's not from the 10,000 Scales clan. These scales look like the scales of a dragon." Zhao Jing couldn't help but snatch at Han Fei. Han Fei quickly retreated, but he could still fight back. Bam! Pushed back 100 kilometers. Han Fei was infuriated. "Why did you attack me?" "Zhao Jing, I was just testing it." Zhou Hai and the others asked, "Village chief, what happened?" Zhao Jing, "I'm not sure, but he must have swallowed some kind of treasure. His strength has skyrocketed. Look, he's already at the half-king realm. A half-king realm cultivator could resist my attack so easily. If he's in the sea expansion realm, I'm definitely no match for him." Hiss! The people of the little sea village all exclaimed. Even the village chief was no match for him? Zhao Jing deliberately asked, "Are you close to the sea expansion realm, but you can't find your memories, which hinders your progress?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Seeing Han Fei and Zhao Jing putting on an act, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't help but be in a trance. They were easily fooled by the two of them. Sure enough, Zhou Hai and the others were all fooled. They all thought that Yi Fenglu was about to undergo a tribulation. But because he lost his memories, he had to go back to the little sea village to look for his memories. Wasn't it equivalent to picking up a king in the sea expansion realm for free? Immediately, Zhou Hai and the people who were familiar with Yi Fenglu all gathered around. They couldn't let go of such a strong master in the sea expansion realm. They thought that although Yi Fenglu had mutated, he was still a human after all. Since he was a human, he was one of their own. Everyone was very accepting of him. After all, they could accept him as an outsider. Why couldn't Yi Fenglu, who was a mutated human, accept him? The moment Han Fei successfully entered the little sea village, Han Fei quietly left in person. From today on, this matter was more or less settled. Next, Han Fei had to leave some time for himself. In the past few days, he had obtained too many resources. Except for giving a large amount of resources to Tai Yuan and the Sword God, he didn't leave much for Luo Xiaobai and the others. But in fact, Han Fei had already given them a lot. It was completely possible for them to develop at least 30,000 kilometers of the Origin Sea. If he really gave them a large amount of resources, how could they cherish the resources he got for free? And it would also be detrimental to their training and exploration in order to seek resources. Mountain City. Han Fei opened up an underground barrier under the Lord's mansion. He was going to cultivate here for 3 years, because after 3 years, according to the convention, it would be Xue Fei's turn to return to the Scavenger City to report. The lords of the Scavenger City would report once every 100 years, and during the rest of the time they were happy and unfettered. So there were actually many people competing for the position of lord. Fortunately, although Xue Fei was in the lower middle level, he was relatively close to the middle level. Even if the lord was replaced, it would mainly be the lords behind him. Especially the lords outside the top 100, the possibility of being replaced was extremely high, and it was very difficult for them to sit for 10,000 years. The Origin Sea. Looking at the massive amount of energy crystals, Han Fei had no time to care about them now, because the previous batch of 40 million energy crystals hadn't been digested yet. Even the chaotic chi hadn't been completely transformed into immortal spiritual energy, let alone the ownerless souls. So, Han Fei opened up the Origin Sea with immortal spiritual energy while transforming the chaotic chi. Anyway, he had so much chaotic chi that he almost couldn't use it. When he didn't open up the Origin Sea, he was shocked. Han Fei expanded the Origin Sea every day, and after 10 years in a row, there were still as many as 420,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy in the Origin Sea. Previously, the 200 million strands of chaotic chi had been transformed into immortal spiritual energy, and he had consumed one. 7 million strands, only to open up 50,000 kilometers of the origin sea. So far, Han Fei's origin sea was only a little more than 180,000 kilometers, less than 190,000 kilometers. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He really admired people like Bei Luoqin, Sherpa Huang, and He Daoyuan. For more than 100,000 years, they probably did nothing but cut open the endless void to absorb chaotic qi every day, right? Otherwise, how could they expand the origin sea to more than 200,000 kilometers? Han Fei estimated that the remaining immortal spiritual energy should not be enough to expand the origin sea to 200,000 kilometers. So he simply gave up. So he finally remembered the massive number of ownerless souls in the origin sea. In fact, Han Fei felt that he had taken action too early. He shouldn't have taken Shui Fei's 40 million energy crystals. Those were all saved by Shui Fei himself, so the quality was excellent. Most of them were venerable energy crystals. In fact, the composition of this batch of energy crystals he collected was mainly calculated according to the overall strength structure of the mountain city. If there were more venerables in the city, then there would be more venerable energy crystals. If there were more explorers, then there would be more explorer-level energy crystals. Obviously, there were relatively fewer venerables in the mountain city. Of course, Han Fei didn't mind having more low-level energy crystals at all. It must be noted that even a low-level energy crystal could contain 1 or 2 strands of chaotic qi and 7 or 8 ownerless souls. 1 or 2 might not be a big deal at all, but when the number rose to 10,000, 100,000, or a million, he might as well try again. Han Fei didn't even dare to use the heaven-opening energy crystals. Such high-end goods were hard to come by in 100 years. He didn't mind using them up. Han Fei looked at the energy crystals. Even though he had given out nearly 50 million, there were still 180 million energy crystals left. He felt that he wouldn't be able to use them in a short time, because Han Fei felt that he might not be able to absorb so many ownerless souls. 40 million energy crystals, even if one of them only contained 10 ownerless souls, would be as much as 400 million. Besides, these high-quality energy crystals contained even more ownerless souls. But what about himself? His soul was only more than 2 million, which was obviously a huge gap compared to hundreds of millions of ownerless souls. It was a pity that it had only been 5 years since the last Void Temple gathering, and there was still a long way to go before the next one. It didn't seem appropriate for his teacher to ask his senior brothers and sisters from the Void Temple for help. Therefore, Han Fei could only look through Shui Fei's memories again. Of course, Han Fei could also ask Old Yuan, but Old Yuan was not much better than Shui Fei. He was always sleeping, and to be honest, his understanding in this regard was not necessarily better than Shui Fei's. Han Fei had a lot of doubts when he took a look at it. After a moment, isn't the Taoist heart strong enough and the soul power endless? Why can't I absorb them after a certain level? Chapter 2141. From Shui Fei's memory, Han Fei found that they were also troubled by this problem. In the energy crystals, there were a large number of ownerless souls. Theoretically, cultivators would be overjoyed to see ownerless souls, because this was free soul power that could be easily assimilated into one's own. However, although Shui Fei was confused about how to use these ownerless souls, Han Fei discovered another problem. That was whether in the Explorer realm or the Heaven-opening realm, their ownerless souls were basically the same. A little bit of soul in the Heaven-opening realm and a little bit of soul in the Explorer realm were essentially the same. The difference was that the Heaven-opening realm could integrate the aura of the Great Way and the soul combat skills, so the soul could be used very efficiently. This was also the fundamental reason why the ownerless souls could be directly absorbed. And Han Fei didn't really confirm this until today. The essence of the soul was the same, so the quantity became the decisive factor in the strength of the soul. The old turtle said before that the Taoist heart determined the upper limit of the soul. However, now that he thought about it, this statement was not completely correct. Because the power of Xue Fei's soul was actually lower than his, only about 2 million. At first, he thought that Xue Fei's Taoist heart was not strong enough. But after reading Xue Fei's memory, he found that it was not that Xue Fei's Taoist heart was not strong enough, but when his soul power reached about 2 million, his body would reject the ownerless souls, and his body would be completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of the soul. Han Fei's understanding was that the strength of the soul was too high, but the body was not strong enough. Perhaps his soul had already reacted, but his body needed a much longer time to react. This led to a complete imbalance between the soul and the physique. The stronger the soul, the less useful the physique would be. The imbalance between the two brought great pressure to cultivation. As for the solution, the most basic solution was to temper the body and cultivate the path of the physical body. The stronger the body, the higher the upper limit of the soul. The more harmonious the body and soul were, the better it would be. Han Fei looked at the ownerless souls. He was tempted. He felt that even if his body and soul were not compatible, he had to improve his soul to the highest peak it could reach at present. After all, he was a body cultivator, and body refinement was his basic skill. However, even if he used the void heaven observing art to cultivate his divine soul, it would not be as fast as directly obtaining it. Thus, another 3 years later, when Han Fei felt that the power of his soul seemed to be directly expelled from his body, he had to wake up from seclusion. He felt that the world was different. His perception and the acuity of his soul had been greatly improved. Han Fei subconsciously looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei level, 101, Sky Splitter. Family tree in the vast seas, 360201, evolving, 259, 8022 years, chaotic energy, 1,200,000. Mind power, 3476332 perception, 3,500,000 miles power, 1586542 wave first spirit vein, vein of inception second spiritual meridian, meridian of eternal darkness first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish level 93 second spiritual beast, king sparrow level 99 main art time fishing, level 8 of void fishing, emperor level divine quality. Wow, when Han Fei saw the information, he was a little confused. He could understand that his strength had skyrocketed by 300,000 waves, because his origin sea had suddenly expanded by more than 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei felt that it was normal for his strength to increase by 300,000 waves. After all, his strength had doubled before and after splitting open the sky. Now it had only increased by 300,000 waves. However, the growth of the power of his soul made Han Fei gasp in shock. It had skyrocketed by 33 million points in one breath. Even when he split open the sky, his soul power hadn't skyrocketed so ridiculously. However, just because of some energy crystals, the power of his soul suddenly soared to such a level, which confused Han Fei. Could cultivation be so simple? However, in fact, when Han Fei tried to get up and stretch his muscles and bones, when he got up, Han Fei suddenly found that his soul had left his body, but his body was still sitting there. The two seemed to be completely out of sync. It could even be said that his body and soul were almost completely separated. Not good. Previously, Han Fei thought that his body should be able to control the upper limit of his soul, but in fact he couldn't. Han Fei tried to connect with his body with his soul, but when he finally felt his body, he found a strange situation. He found that his body was abnormally heavy, as if a mountain was pressing on his body, and he couldn't control his body flexibly. Han Fei didn't know what to say. That feeling was like being pressed by a ghost. His consciousness was abnormally clear, but his body seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was difficult for him to move. Was this the fundamental reason why Xue Fei and the others couldn't continue to improve their soul power despite having energy crystals? Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Old Yuan, let me ask you something. Didn't you say that the Taoist heart determines the upper limit of soul power? But why didn't you say that the body also limits the upper limit of soul power?" Old Yuan seemed to realize what had happened to Han Fei and couldn't help saying, is this the sequela of the sudden skyrocketing of your soul power? Even if the power and soul of a cultivator can be improved, it needs to be a steady improvement so that the body and soul can slowly accept themselves as they become stronger and stronger. But if you become too strong all of a sudden, it's difficult for you to control this power at once. It's a bit like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. You have to take time to digest this improvement. Although your cultivation speed was fast before, it was not to this extent. You used to grow fast, but you also had a lot of experience in battles. But now, Han Fei asked, so it's mainly because I improved too fast and my body can't accept such a big improvement? Old Yuan nodded. Yes. Besides, although my Taoist heart determines the upper limit of soul power, the upper limit of soul power shouldn't be like this. But the upper limit of the divine soul should not be like this. Ownerless souls are good things, but if you absorb so many ownerless souls at once, even if they have been assimilated by you, your control will be greatly reduced. For example, after you cultivate hard, you can only control 100 points of your soul. If your soul suddenly becomes 200 points, but your control doesn't change, then you won't be able to control these 200 points well. Instead, it will go out of your control. Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei immediately understood. It meant that not only was he too hasty, but he also didn't have enough control. In short, he was not steady enough. The old turtle said again, "The body may be related to the soul, but I don't know. I have never received so many ownerless souls before, and I have never felt the pain you are feeling now." Han Fei asked, "Then what should I do now?" The old turtle said, "Maybe you should cultivate your body?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? I also know how to cultivate my body." Now it seemed that the strength of the body definitely limited the strength of the soul. The body was equivalent to a container, and it could hold as much soul as possible. Once it exceeded the limit, the soul would be out of his control, and if the container was too full, it would overflow. Therefore, he should actually take it step by step and not be greedy all at once. But when Han Fei tried to continue to mobilize his body, he keenly discovered that in his body, two completely different spiritual veins began to circulate slightly. The circulation speed was very slow, but they did circulate. The primordial vein and the pulse of eternal darkness are moving. When the two spiritual veins moved, Han Fei's soul seemed to have a chance to relax, and he immediately sat back in his body. He didn't feel very comfortable before the two spiritual veins moved, but now that the two spiritual veins were flowing, Han Fei felt that they seemed to be adjusting the relationship between his body and soul. One day later, Han Fei made a weird discovery. The power of his soul was slightly reduced, but his strength was increased. Han Fei wasn't sure if it was an illusion, so he waited a few more days. As a result, every day his soul power would decrease a little and his strength would increase a little. Wow. These two spiritual veins are balancing the relationship between the body and the soul. But this speed is a bit too slow, isn't it? Han Fei pondered for a moment and calculated according to this speed. According to this speed, he could only transform 365 points of soul power in a year. Even if the origin C sped up 256 times, he could only transform 93,440 points of soul power and power in a year. In other words, in 256 years, he could only transform less than 100,000 points of soul power and power. Thinking of this, Han Fei didn't feel good. Sure enough, it felt good for a while, but when it came to stabilizing his cultivation, it wouldn't feel good anymore. It would take a lot of time to erase the imbalance between the body and the soul. 3 years passed in the outside world. Han Fei had been cultivating for 768 years, and he had finally improved the imbalance between his physical body and soul. Although it was still unbalanced, the situation was much better than before. Now he looked at his information again. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 101, sky opening, C 10,000 family tree greater than 360,201, evolving. 26, 8002, chaotic energy 1. 2 million spiritual power, 3196012, perception range 3. 5 million kilometers, power 1866862 waves, first spiritual heritage, primordial vein, second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 94, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 99, main art, time fishing, level 8 of void fishing, emperor level, divine quality. Han Fei thought to himself, fortunately, I can accelerate time. Otherwise, it would take me at least thousands of years to balance the soul power that has been improved in just a few years. Of course, there were also benefits, that is, both his soul power and pure physical strength had been greatly improved. Han Fei sensed it. Although he couldn't exert 100% of this body's combat power, he could barely exert 70%, which was no weaker than before. And once his soul power and physical strength were completely balanced, when he could exert 100% of his combat power, his comprehensive strength would still soar. Therefore, he didn't lose anything this time. Chapter 2142. Because there were still a lot of ownerless souls in the origin sea, Han Fei gave some to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, little fatty, little gold, little black, little white, and the emperor sparrow. However, the amount would not be too much, only around 100,000 or so. If he gave them too much, he was afraid that they would walk down the same path as him. They didn't have the bloodline of beginning or the bloodline of eternal darkness, so it would be detrimental to their growth if they devoured too much. Before going to the scavenger city, Han Fei still needed to make some preparations. After all, there were venerable sovereigns in the scavenger city. If the Supreme Venerable noticed him, Han Fei wasn't sure whether he would be discovered or not. Therefore, it was time to deduce the sky deception technique again. Although he had already learned the shape-shifting technique, which was a divine technique, the most important thing was that it could change into a myriad of forms. Although its grade was very high, it was difficult to guarantee that it would not be discovered by others. After all, its main function was ever-changing. However, the heaven-deceiving art was different. It was a great art that imitated the aura of another soul through one's appearance, voice, aura, karmic luck, pressure, grand Tao, and so on. Only by combining the follow-up technique of the sky deception art with the infinite transformation art could Han Fei feel more at ease. Last time, the heaven-deceiving technique was deduced to the limit of the demon purification pot. Later on, when the new little vine returned, the upper limit must have been raised. Besides, the deduction of the sky deception technique only required 500 wisps of chaotic energy, which was totally dispensable for Han Fei now. Deduce. After a while, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Heaven Fusion Technique, World Opening Grade, Introduction. Based on the sky deception art, you borrow the heavenly Tao and fuse it into your body. Through facial features, voice, aura, luck, pressure, great Tao, and other great techniques to imitate the aura of other people's souls. The Heaven Fusion art used the great Tao to protect one's body. It could confuse the other party's mind and deceive them. Deduction. Heavenly Concealment Divine Art Deduction Consumption. 3,000 strands of immortal Qi when Han Fei saw the sky fusion technique clearly. He was still attracted by the Heavenly Concealment Divine technique. The sky fusion technique itself seemed to be based on the sky deception technique and integrated the way of heaven into it. So its level jumped to the heaven opening realm. However, the level of the heaven fusing technique was not very high in the heaven opening realm, so Han Fei had to continue deducing it. Continue the deduction. Once again, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Heavenly concealing divine art, heaven opening, supreme quality, introduction. On the basis of the heaven fusion technique, it completely borrows the laws of the heavenly path and fuses it into one's body. He used the laws of the heavenly Tao to simulate one's appearance, voice, body, aura, karmic luck, pressure, and the great Tao. The heavenly invisibility technique could conceal one's true strength. The heavenly concealment divine art used the laws of the grand Tao as its foundation, completely imitating the heavenly Tao and nature. When others looked at it, it was as if they were looking at the heavenly Tao and they wouldn't think it was fake. Derivation, unknown deduction consumption. 100,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy note. You have reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. Deducing it again will involve the mysteries of nature and will damage the demon purification pot. When he saw the heavenly invisibility technique, he knew that it should be enough. This was already the limit of the devil purification pot's deduction. To put it bluntly, since the heavenly hiding divine skill was called a divine skill, it was very likely that this skill had reached the level of Venerable Emperor, or even higher. The birth of a heaven opening technique was not necessarily the result of a heaven opening technique. Most of them were the product of the comprehension of stronger experts. With the double protection of the heavenly hiding divine skill and the shape-shifting technique, Han Fei believed that even venerable emperors might not be able to detect him. Of course, nothing was absolute. He still had to keep some tricks up his sleeves. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, during this trip to the scavenger city, I will completely seal you in my sea of consciousness. When I talk to you, you can respond, but most of the time, don't make any unusual movements. If someone notices you, the consequences will be unimaginable." The old turtle asked, "Are you really going to the scavenger city alone? Doesn't that mean the 10,000 Scales clan is extremely unfriendly to humans?" Han Fei sneered. "I'm going exactly because the 10,000 Scales clan is unfriendly. As a human, how can I be inferior to others? Enslaved by other races? Of course, this trip is mainly a test. Before my strength recovers to its peak, I won't act rashly." The old turtle said, "Your strength and knowledge of the sea realm are actually not much less than mine. Perhaps what you lack is only some words of experience. When you arrive at Scavenger City, you can learn more about things related to cultivation experience. In order not to be discovered, I'd better sleep." Han Fei nodded. "That's good. I'll call you when I go to the Divine and Demon Sea." In the mountain city, Han Fei gave Hong Yu a lot of ownerless souls. Of course, there were also some energy crystals for cultivation. After explaining the disadvantages of ownerless souls to Hong Yu, Han Fei said, "This time, while I'm in the scavenger city, the only thing you need to do is to cultivate. My goal is the entire scavenger city, but not just the scavenger city. Your strength is too weak. Your top priority is to improve to the heaven-opening realm." Gulp. Hong Yu was shocked. "Yes, Your Majesty. I, Hong Yu, will try my best to cultivate. With so many resources, I'm confident that I can quickly expand the Origin Sea to the limit." Han Fei nodded slightly. "In addition, you only need to secretly control the mountain city. If it's not necessary, don't show up and don't contact others." "Yes, Your Majesty." In fact, Hong Yu was obsessed with refining corpses, which was his path. There was nothing wrong with his belief. With a large number of resources and ownerless souls, it was only a matter of time for Hong Yu to expand the Origin Sea to 100,000 kilometers. It would be completed in 100 years at most. By then, Hong Yu would be of great use. After talking to Hong Yu, Han Fei officially came out of seclusion. In a training field outside the Lord's mansion, Xue Fei had already selected 802 strong people in the past 100 years. These people would be sent to the scavenger city. Among these 802 people, there was no king. As for Qin Qing and Su Mao, the two kings of the human race, Han Fei didn't intend to give them a chance to go to the scavenger city. The human race in the scavenger city was already weak. If these two people were really sent to the scavenger city, they would most likely become slaves of other races. Even if they could accept this kind of thing, Han Fei wouldn't accept it. And these two people, because they failed again, didn't dare to leave at will, so they had been staying in the mountain city. Xue Fei glanced at these two people's houses, and he said indifferently, "You two have average aptitude. Go back to where you came from and dig the clean stones. If there are better seedlings in the future, send them to the mountain city." Chun Qing and Su Mao immediately got up and hurriedly responded, "Yes, Lord." Hearing that Xue Fei personally drove them away, the two of them were relieved, mainly because Han Fei had vaguely revealed some news to them before. In the next 300 years, taxes would be reduced by 30%, and the human race would usher in 300 years of development. They thought it would be better to go back and help the human race become stronger. In the training field, Xue Fei descended, and under the pressure, more than 800 people all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Xue Fei shouted, "Today, 802 of you will follow me to the scavenger city. Let me say the ugly words first. You can die, but you can't lose the face of my mountain city. You can't lose the face of this emperor. Otherwise, even if you are in the scavenger city, I still have ways to make you beg for death. Yes, Lord, we will not fail our mission." Xue Fei nodded slightly. "When you go to the scavenger city, no matter whether you can expand the sea or get an important position in the future, you must know that your roots belong to the mountain city. If you don't want to be suppressed by the other branches, stick together. The competition in the scavenger city will only be more cruel than in the mountain city. Everything is for the best." Han Fei, as Xue Fei, said a few words casually. Among these people, there were only a few humans. The reason why there were so few people was because their minds had been enslaved, because their thoughts had already been enslaved. They only wanted to enter Scavenger City and be chosen by experts. They wanted to become experts under their tutelage. But in fact, if you can't keep your heart pure, it is almost impossible to become a real strong. Therefore, Han Fei directly gave up on these people and let them be in this batch of people. And Han Fei clearly knew that it would be good if half of these people who were sent to the scavenger city could survive in the end. Most people would die during training, during the battles with Wander City, or during the trials of the primitive graveyard. Half a month later, Xue Fei led Han Fei to a magnificent giant city spanning 100,000 kilometers. The buildings and walls of this giant city were all made of black crystal ore and inlaid with pure stone. The city gate was more than 600 meters high and magnificent. Because it was after the tidal wave, Han Fei could see scavenger squads coming out of this scavenger city from time to time. And Han Fei was not in the human form, but Yan Dong, Xue Fei's right-hand man and the second in command of Mountain City. His strength was at the peak of the sea expansion stage. "Oh, old Xue, you're a little late. Old Xue, I heard that the taxes of your mountain city have been reduced by 20%. You're really bold. What's going on? What are you planning?" Before Han Fei entered the city, he heard someone talking to Xue Fei. Looking around, it turned out to be a group of mountain palaces in the city. Xue Fei smiled slightly. Blindly pressuring is not a good strategy. What plan can I have? I just want to give them a few years. I will sacrifice a few gains now, but when the time comes, I will only gain more. Chapter 2143. In the mountain palace, Han Fei read the faces of the few people who were joking with Xue Fei from afar from Xue Fei's memory. Among them, a sturdy, slightly chubby lord was Zhang Wei of the number 68 farm. He was in the middle of the lords of the city of scavengers. However, this man had climbed all the way from the number 109 farm. He had once attacked the emperor of the city of Wanderers with Xue Fei. Xue Fei was appointed as the lord of the number 80 farm because he killed a heaven-opening state cultivator in that battle. This man was very cunning. The other one was Long Yunfeng of the number 72 farm. He was ruthless, bad-tempered, and irritable. He had hunted with Xue Fei and Zhang Wei before. Of the remaining two, one was Xue Fei's best friend, and the other was Chou Qin from the number 101 breeding farm who came to Mountain City to borrow resources before the tide wave. Xue Fei was not familiar with him at all. Xue Fei didn't know this man at all, and he didn't know why he came to borrow resources from him. So he refused. He didn't expect this man to be here too. The last one was Zhang Li of the number 86 farm. He was quite familiar with Xue Fei. They had explored the primitive graveyard many times and were close to each other. He should be the closest to Xue Fei in this group. Han Fei frowned. Han Fei's heart did a flip. How did these 4 people get together? Xue Fei showed his lord token at the gate of the city of scavengers. Immediately, the sea opening state guards all bowed their heads. Yes, lord. Okay. After showing the token, Xue Fei came to the mountain palace where they were in a few steps. Xue Fei said to Chou Qin, "Brother Chou, did you borrow the resources?" "I'm really short of resources. Or I would have helped you." Chou Qin snorted in his heart. "Help my A***s. You greeted me with a smile in your city, but when it comes to resources, you always say that I'm short of resources. If it weren't for the situation, I really wouldn't want to see this guy." Chou Qin laughed dryly and replied, "Brother Xue, you don't have to worry about it. Brother Long has lent me a portion of it. My farm 101 has barely survived the crisis." Xue Fei couldn't help glancing at Long Yunfeng. In Xue Fei's memory, Long Yunfeng and Chou Qin should be completely unrelated, right? Also, it was strange for them to gather together today. Why did they bring Chou Qin along? Xue Fei could not help but say, "Old Zhang Yunfeng brotherly, why are you guys so carefree today? Who are you waiting for?" "Zhang Li, you still can't tell? We were waiting for you." "Me." Han Fei was surprised. Why were these people waiting for Xue Fei? How did they know he was coming today? Zhang Wei said, "Old Xue, I was wondering why you're so late this time. We've been waiting for you for 5 days." "Oh." Xue Fei was surprised. "You guys were waiting for me? Did I hear that right? When did I, Xue Fei, become so important? Why are you guys waiting for me here?" At this moment, Long Yunfeng, who looked cold, said resolutely, "We were waiting for you to hunt. More than 20 years ago, we agreed to do something big again. This time, the opportunity has come." Having no time to read Xue Fei's memory, Han Fei's eyes lit up and he asked in a low voice, "Oh, what opportunity?" Long Yunfeng took a deep look at Xue Fei and then at Chou Qin. "Wasn't Brother Chou's farm 101 hunted? It was said that Brother Chou was plotted against because he wanted to be promoted. But in fact, that was not the case." "Oh." Han Fei was intrigued. "Is there a secret behind this?" Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng both couldn't help but look at Xue Fei, thinking, "You refused so quickly that Chou Qin didn't even tell you about it." Both of them were speechless. "Couldn't you have refused him more slowly? If it weren't for us, Chou Qin wouldn't have taken you with him." Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Chou Qin and guessed the reason immediately. It turned out that Xue Fei and Chou Qin had set up this trap to bury the hatchet. Chou Qin said, "Brother Xue, you are all famous hunters. It's not the first time that you've teamed up, and a lot of strong masters have been killed by you. What I'm talking about must be done by experienced hunters." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details." Xue Fei seemed to have completely forgotten the grudges between him and Chou Qin and listened attentively. Zhang Wei glanced at Han Fei, who had transformed into Yendong, waved his hand, pushed Han Fei away, and sealed this place. Han Fei frowned. "Interesting. It seems to be a big deal." Zhang Wei said, "Old Xue, Only the 5 of us know what's going to happen next. Although Yendong is your right-hand man, he can't participate in this matter." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "I'm everywhere. This Xue Fei is now my incarnation. You're welcome to tell me secrets." Unexpectedly, he had just arrived at Scavenger City but had not even warmed up yet when such a big thing happened. Cho Chin said, "The tax emissary of the number 101 farm was not killed by the same race. Instead, someone from the primitive city took action." Xue Fei narrowed his eyes. "The primitive city?" Zhang Li said. "Old Xue, don't be surprised. In fact, this time, not only the tax emissaries of Brother Chao's number 101 farm died. Even on my side, 2 groups of tax emissaries were killed. At first, we suspected that it was the people from the Wander City who did it. After all, it's also true that we raised humans to mine for us. However, Brother Cho was careful." Zhang Li's words gave Han Fei valuable information, which was that the hostility of the Wander City to the Scavenger City came from the Scavenger City's enslavement of humans. Cho Chin nodded. "I was watched by a heaven creator from the primitive city, but he didn't know that I had an incarnation. I secretly intercepted one of them, and after searching his soul, I found that these people turned out to be from the primitive city. From that person's memories, I learned that they seemed to be secretly searching for a primitive graveyard. I don't know how, but they actually found my place." Han Fei asked, since they were secretly looking for it, "Why did they attack the tax emissaries?" Cho Chin answered, "Soul search. They attacked the tax emissaries just to search their souls. The tax emissaries are the most familiar with the farm. If they want to know information about the farm, it's best to search the tax emissaries' souls. There are some things that I have to tell you. My number 101 farm did find a place that looked like a primitive cemetery, but was very likely to be the starting ground. Because of this, none of my tax emissaries were left, and my 100 years of pure stone income was looted. I have to take revenge." "What? The starting ground?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. He couldn't help but think of the chaotic ocean. Just before the tidal wave, he and the others left the chaotic ocean. Just after he and the others left, someone from the primitive city came to investigate and did not hesitate to sweep the tax emissaries of a city to find the target. Could it be that they came for the chaotic ocean? Or did they touch something when they came out and let the people from the primitive city find out? If they were really here for the chaotic Azure Sea, then the identity of this group of Origin City's experts would probably be obvious. Except for the Yin family, Han Fei couldn't think of any other family. Outside the palace, Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. Could it be that the exit of the chaotic ocean was not the only one, and there was also one in the number 101 farm? The starting ground. These people from the sea realm were persistent in their pursuit of the starting ground. A starting ground represented a large number of rich resources. Moreover, from Xue Fei's memory, Han Fei found that they were persistent in the starting ground not only because of the resources of the starting ground. It was also because of the origin of the great way of the starting ground, which was the foundation of the survival of living beings. People born in the starting ground would not want to destroy this world, but it didn't matter to outsiders. In order to become stronger, the outsiders were willing to go to any lengths. In fact, this kind of origin of the world would not allow them to have an extremely explosive improvement. But if too many people stole the origin, this world would slowly lose its vitality and eventually collapse. Therefore, when Cho Chin mentioned this, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Now, Cho Chin only found him and the others, and the situation had not expanded. He had to find a way to stall them. Fortunately, the Beast King was still guarding the chaotic ocean. When the time came, he had to find a way to bring these people over and then kill them all. Han Fei couldn't help saying, "The starting ground? How many people know such a big thing now?" Seeing that Xue Fei was spirited, Zhang Wei, Long Yinfeng, and the others also smiled slightly, knowing that this guy couldn't help it. Cho Chin said, I only found some clues now, but I can't completely confirm that it is the starting ground. It's because these people from the primitive city took action that I have some clues. This matter, I temporarily said to the outside world, is that the people from the Wanderer City took action. However, there will definitely be people who doubt it. Therefore, we have to attack quickly and divide the starting ground first. However, before dividing the starting ground, we have to first get rid of those people from the primitive city. Otherwise, it will be very easy for this matter to be leaked. Han Fei asked, "You searched the souls of the people from the primitive city. How could they not notice?" Cho Chin said, "I cut off that person's memory. Not only that, I also inserted some other memories, which are the hints of the location of the starting ground. In the past 3 years, I deliberately patrolled the surroundings, and those people dare not act rashly for the time being. But I came to the scavenger city to report, while I am not here, they will definitely take action." Han Fei couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Why did Cho Chin find 5 people to divide the starting ground? Seeming to see Han Fei's doubts, Cho Chin said, "If the primitive city really wants to take action, there will not be only one heaven opening state. So, this matter can't be done alone." When Han Fei heard this, although he felt that something was not quite right on the surface, he still reacted quickly and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Wait for me to hurry up and report. We can set off immediately. Brother Cho, if this matter succeeds, consider it that I, Xue Fei, owe you a favor." Chapter 2144. They were waiting for Xue Fei, not because Xue Fei was strong, but because Xue Fei's great path was different. This guy walked on the path of nightmare, which was very similar to Sha Jiming's great path, but he was definitely stronger than Sha Jiming. Last time, Han Fei and Wang Yijian killed Xue Fei instantly, so this guy didn't have the chance to show his great path. However, in group battles, this great path was very strong. If the opponent made any mistake and was dragged into a dream by Xue Fei, or even obtained the information of the source object, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, this was the real reason why they were waiting for Xue Fei. At this time, Zhang Wei said, "Okay, old Xue, go and report your work. Brother Li is closest to Brother Cho. In order to avoid being noticed, let's meet at Brother Li's place in half a month. This matter has been settled. See you in half a month. Old Zhang, you're a good brother. I owe you a favor today. Brother Cho, no matter whether this matter is settled or not, I will do you a favor." Only then did Cho Chen's expression relax a little. He said, "Brother Xue is generous. I won't stand on ceremony then." Ha ha ha! Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng had obviously reported their work. Besides, Han Fei could guess that the reason why they dared to wait here so openly must be because they wanted to be peacemakers for Xue Fei and Cho Chin. It was not difficult for people to know that Xue Fei refused Cho Chin, and Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, and Zhang Li were familiar with Xue Fei. It was indeed a good idea for them to be peacemakers. Therefore, the meeting of these people would not attract the attention of others. It could even be said that the others might not even care, because even Zhang Wei was only ranked 68th in the scavenger city. In the eyes of some strong people, this ranking barely reached the middle. There were many heaven-opening realm powerhouses who didn't think highly of them. The relationship between cultivators was just like how scholars despised each other. There were pitifully few people who had true feelings for each other. To outsiders, they might be united against a common enemy. But internally it was hard to say. After Zhang Wei and the others left, Xue Fei stood up. There was no strange expression on his face. In fact, as a puppet, everything about him was controlled by Han Fei. When Han Fei didn't control it, he just maintained his original appearance. After all, the strong always kept a straight face, so no one could see anything wrong with him. The scavenger city spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The mountain temple where Han Fei was located was a gathering place for strong masters near the main city gate. But generally, there wouldn't be too many heaven-opening realm masters coming here. The core area of this city was naturally the 10,000 Scales tribe's sacred land where Emperor 10,000 Scales was located. Outside of the 10,000 Scale clan's sacred land, there were a few big clans of the 10,000 Scale clan. Only 10 clans could be ranked as a big clan in the Scavenger City, which were the top 10 farms. It was said that the 10 great lords' strength had all reached the peak of the heaven opening stage. Han Fei didn't know whether there was a limit to this peak. However, he was sure that these people were very strong. Each of them was stronger than all the other emperors that Han Fei had met so far, except for King Wu and Xia Hongzhu. In addition to the 10 great lords, there were also some extremely powerful emperors that didn't belong to the family system. For example, the law enforcer of the Scavenger City, Zhao Honghuang. The person that Han Fei was going to report to was Zhao Honghuang. This person's strength was unfathomable. It was said that he was already above the 10 great lords. The reason why he could become the law enforcer was that he was an itinerant cultivator. He didn't like to stick to the trivial matters of the family. The one that was left in the Scavenger City was an incarnation that everyone knew. No one knew where his real body was. Even this incarnation had also reached the heaven opening stage, and it was said that it was also comparable to the 10 great lords. Therefore, this person was known as one of the 2 divine generals of the Scavenger City, second only to Emperor 10,000 Scales. In addition to the 2 divine generals, there was another person named Zhang Beihai. This person rarely appeared in the Scavenger City. It seemed that his main battlefield was in the boundless mining area. That was to say, the unknown mining area could only be reached by crossing the Divine and Demon Sea. Inside the Scavenger City, there was a small city in the city called the City of Law Enforcement. This was the place where the law enforcers of the Scavenger City stayed. To become a law enforcer here, the lowest level was the sea opening stage. Outside the City of Law Enforcement, Han Fei showed his identity, and someone immediately recognized Xue Fei. A sea opening stage expert said, "Lord, our Lord is not in seclusion. You can go directly." Xue Fei nodded slightly, and Han Fei followed Xue Fei in, which showed his respect for the law enforcer. A moment later, outside a very ordinary undersea jungle, Xue Fei cupped his fists and said, "Lord Honghuang, Xue Fei, the lord of the number 80 farm of the Scavenger City, is here to report to you." His voice spread out, and a moment later, an indifferent voice sounded, "Come in." Xue Fei kept a straight face, lowered his body, and walked in. Han Fei, who was pretending to be Yin Dong, lowered his head. He followed Xue Fei here, and it was not easy for him to see Zhao Honghuang, let alone raise his head. A moment later, Han Fei saw a 10,000 Scale clan expert whose scales were completely jade-like on a blue stone made of seaweed. This man was Zhao Honghuang. When Han Fei saw the degree of jade-like on his body, he was shocked. He had only made his bones jade-like. However, this man's scales had been jade-like, which meant his physique was stronger than his. Besides, even though this man didn't move or open his eyes, Han Fei already felt the overwhelming pressure of a master, which Han Fei hadn't felt for a long time. Xue Fei said, "Lord Honghuang, this tide wave consumed more than 800 billion clean stones. Excluding the 100 million clean stones that were provided for free at the beginning, there were about 150 million energy crystals left. This time a venerable died. In addition, this time the mountain city brought 802 venerable heavenly talents. Should I send them to the law enforcement camp, or—" At this time, Zhao Honghuang slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to be infinitely deep, as if he wanted to see through Xue Fei. Han Fei was also worried that Xue Fei would see through him, so he didn't dare to raise his head. He was ready to merge with Xue Fei at any time. However, Zhao Honghuang didn't find anything wrong with Xue Fei. He asked lightly, "I heard that the tax of the mountain city will be reduced by 30% for 300 years. What do you mean?" Zhao Honghuang didn't care about the data Han Fei reported. Of course, He knew that there were more energy crystals than that, but which lord wasn't greedy? This was normal. If the lords were greedy, they could better serve the city of scavengers. Besides, even if they were greedy, they didn't dare to be greedy. There were so many energy crystals that a lord couldn't use up at all. However, taxes couldn't be reduced easily. Since they were reduced, there must be a reason. Han Fei said loudly, Lord Honghuang, there are 2 reasons for this tax reduction. First, the villages under the jurisdiction of the mountain city have submitted too many raw ores this year. If this continues, it will be detrimental to the overall strength of the mountain city in the future. We must give them a buffer time to train some talents. Seeing that Xiao Honghuang didn't respond and seemed to be waiting for Han Fei to continue, Han Fei realized that this should be the norm for other lords. So Han Fei continued, Secondly, I liberalized the tax in order to cultivate some seedlings. There are talented people in the mountain city. Oh, Xiao Honghuang was a little interested in this and couldn't help but ask, how's his potential? Han Fei said, judging from his potential, he has the potential to open the sky. However, his potential can't be fully released yet. He still needs more experience. Xiao Honghuang asked, a conservative estimate. Shui Fei nodded slightly. A conservative estimate, at least to open the sky. Xiao Honghuang's lips curled up slightly. Interesting. It seems like you have a very high opinion of this seedling. Then Xiao Honghuang added, but what does this have to do with tax reduction? Han Fei said, this person is originally a human, so he's a little willing to serve the human race. However, he mistakenly ate foreign blood, so he shouldn't be considered a human anymore. I promised him to reduce taxes for the human race for 300 years. After that, he will submit to the 10,000 Scales clan. Xiao Honghuang nodded slightly. Okay, there's a reason for this, so it's approved. What's his current strength? Han Fei nodded. His tribulation is imminent. Xiao Honghuang nodded. Well, do as you see fit. Just bring him here when the time comes. In addition, lords can help each other when there's no conflict. Don't be too rigid. Han Fei nodded. Yes, Lord Honghuang. Okay. Xiao Honghuang grunted softly and looked at Han Fei, who was following him with his head lowered. He said, you raise your head. Han Fei pretended to be nervous and deliberately made his palms and back sweat. His face was a little red. He slowly raised his head and quickly cupped his hands. I'm Yendong. Nice to meet you, Lord Law Enforcer. Xiao Honghuang looked him up and down. Well, he does have a chance to open the sky, but he's just an average talent. Then Xiao Honghuang lost interest and looked at Shui Fei. If that talent is really as good as you said, he will be rewarded in the future. Since you only brought 802 people here, it seems that they are all elites of the city. Then stay in the law enforcement camp. It's up to them. Shui Fei immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Honghuang. Xiao Honghuang was right. He had only sent 802 people this time because of the reduction in taxes. It gave people the feeling that he was here to present a talent. But in fact, all of this was to leave a good impression on Xiao Honghuang. After all, if he dared to promise a talent tax reduction for 300 years, this talent must be not bad. Xiao Honghuang didn't doubt this. Xiao Honghuang would certainly pay attention to this talent. After all, this was a talent that Shui Fei wanted to cultivate even at the cost of tax reduction. If Han Fei's real body could come here in the future, with this talent as his backer, he wouldn't be able to do anything he wanted in the city of scavengers. At least, no one would dare to do anything to him because he was a human. Chapter 2145. Because there was still half a month before the agreed time with Long Yunfeng and the others, Han Fei did not leave immediately after reporting his work. According to Shui Fei's habit in previous years, when he came to the scavenger city, he would most likely investigate some relevant information about the Wanderer City in order to see if there was a chance to hunt. Of course, if Shui Fei could investigate, others could naturally find out about this. However, there was no independent intelligence agency in the Scavenger City, so Xue Fei naturally had other acquaintances. This person Xue Fei knew was named Mo Qi, a famous eccentric in the Scavenger City. She was very well informed, but he didn't know where she got her news. Because she often gave some unexpected news, she had a wide network of contacts in the Scavenger City. Buying intelligence from her depended on the person. Scavenger City was very big, and the place where this person was staying was a very remote underground mansion. When Han Fei came, he happened to meet a lord who was also in the heaven opening state, and his level was very high, and he controlled the number 18 farm. This person was named Li Datsai. Although his name was very vulgar, he was very rich and very strong. It was said that he once fought 3 heaven opening state cultivators alone and never lost. At this moment, the two of them bumped into each other. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Xue Fei, your tax has been reduced to 30%. Do you still have money to buy intelligence? Li Datsai was careless and didn't have the domineering attitude of a strong master, but his words were more or less like a joke. Han Fei controlled Xue Fei to lower his posture a little. Brotherly, it's because I have no money that I come to try my luck. Li Datsai chuckled. From the moment you reduced your tax, I knew you were up to something. Brother, don't say I didn't remind you. It's not easy to be the lord of the farms after number 80. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can come to me for help. I've always been amiable, so I can only get half of the benefits at most. I know brother Li's rules. If something big happens in the future, the first person I think of will be brother Li. Li Datsai grinned and laughed a few times. Then he patted Xue Fei and said, I'll go first. Mo Qi's fee isn't low. I hope you can try your luck. There was competition between lords, but it was only between lords who were close to each other. Lords like Xue Fei and Li Datsai, who were worlds apart, basically had no dealings with each other. To put it bluntly, if Li Datsai really wanted to make a move, even 2 Xue Feis might not be able to stop him. The reason why Li Datsai chatted with Han Fei was that he knew about the tax reduction in Mountain City and guessed that something must have happened. However, he didn't know what it was exactly, so he took the initiative to chat with Xue Fei. If there were benefits, he wouldn't mind joining in. It didn't matter if there were no benefits. In any case, he didn't really care about Xue Fei's wealth. The reason why Han Fei came to Mo Qi was very simple. He was not familiar with the layout of the chaotic wasteland yet. It would be best if he could get some information, but if not, it would be fine. Of course, it would be best if he could get news about the family here. Before entering the barrier of the mansion, Han Fei was about to call the door when the barrier opened automatically. A clear and melodious voice rang out, Come in. By the way, bring your entourage along with you. Huh. When Han Fei heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Has he been seen through? Now, he would be suspicious whenever there was the slightest movement. He was being cautious. But even if his real body went in, it shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, this was just his white mist body. So the two entered the barrier and stepped down the spiral stairs. At a glance, Han Fei found that there was something strange everywhere. The walls and the ground here were engraved with strange Taoist patterns. Han Fei's first feeling was that there was a large array here. Then he saw a lot of strange things, as if he had come to a grocery store. There were all kinds of gadgets that seemed to have no value here. They were oddly shaped, and he didn't know what they were for. When Han Fei came all the way to the ground, he saw a palm-sized crystal ball shining with holy light floating in the air in the hall full of junk. In front of the crystal ball, there was a little girl in her teens with long braids. Cultivators couldn't just be judged by their appearance. This little girl was a real heaven opening state powerhouse, and an extremely special one. Han Fei controlled Xue Fei to come to the opposite side of Mo Qi solemnly. Just as he was about to control Xue Fei to speak, Mo Qi suddenly said, Don't talk. With that, this little girl stood up, circled around Han Fei and Xue Fei, and looked them up and down for a long time. After the circle, Mo Chi sat in front of the crystal ball and said lazily, Xue Fei, are you injured? Han Fei's heart did a flip. What does she mean? Xue Fei said, what do you want to say? Mo Chi said, I feel that your soul seems to be very depressed. Do you need me to divine for you? Han Fei thought to himself, can this thing be divined? Also, Mo Chi is actually a prophet, and it is said that she cultivates the great prophecy technique. But even if it's a prophecy, isn't it 2F asterisk king accurate? Xue Fei shook his head. No, my soul is not seriously injured. I just fought fiercely with the heaven-opening state ominous creatures in the tidal waves, and was slightly impacted by a special ominous creature. Oh, what ominous creature? After Mo Chi asked this, it didn't even take a second before she said, forget it. Then it's an ominous creature. You are poor today, so I didn't want you to come in today. But the attendant beside you. After saying that, Mo Chi looked at Han Fei. Her eyes were straight and flickering, and to be honest, Han Fei felt a little guilty. Mo Chi said, I feel that there is something wrong with your birth destiny. I can't even make a prophecy for you. Your birth destiny seems to be as deep as the starry sky. Besides, your luck seems to be very good. It stands to reason that with your luck, you shouldn't be just at the peak of the sea opening realm now. Han Fei's heart thumped. This Mo Chi was definitely not weak. As soon as he came in, he found that there was something wrong with both Xue Fei and himself. And this woman could even see his luck. But his luck had clearly been adjusted. What else could she see? Xue Fei said, Yendong is my right-hand man. As long as he continues to cultivate with me, he may have a chance to open the sky one day. As if she didn't hear Xue Fei, Mo Chi still stared at Han Fei. Why don't you leave this attendant to me? I also need an assistant. If you leave him to me, I'll give you 3 pieces of big intelligence for free today. How about that? Han Fei was shocked. Damn it, I've already disguised myself as a member of the 10,000 Scales clan, but I'm still in high demand? 3 pieces of big intelligence, which are worth a lot of money. Mo Chi's position in the scavenger city was very strange. She seemed to be marginalized, but she could deal with the crowd of people who wanted to open the sky, and everyone was willing to pay for intelligence. This alone was not something that ordinary people could do. If Mo Chi was just a tool enslaved by the 10,000 Scales clan, how could she treat the lord of the 10,000 Scales clan with such an attitude? Xue Fei's face twitched and his eyelids twitched. What if I don't? Mo Chi chuckled. Okay, then I'll have to show you your past. As she spoke, the holy crystal ball in front of Mo Chi began to spin slightly, and a blue halo emerged. When Han Fei saw the blue halo, his heart skipped a beat. This is clearly a time spell. This woman is actually walking on the path of time? Haha, don't be guilty. My path is not only the great path of time. I've mastered the great prophecy technique. Wait a moment. I'll see your past, and then I'll make a prophecy for you. When the Tao of Time was about to blossom, Han Fei finally made a move. The Tao of Time burst out from Han Fei, and time flowed smoothly, offsetting Mo Chi's Tao of Time. Stop pretending. Han Fei didn't know what to do. This woman seemed to have seen through him, but she was just teasing him. Han Fei didn't run. He said coldly, Who are you? How did you see through me? Before Han Fei came, he had already deduced the sky concealment divine technique, which was supplemented by the shape-shifting technique. Even Zhao Honghuang couldn't see through him. How could this intelligence seller see through him? Mo Chi chuckled. Actually, I only saw through one thing. I didn't see anything else. Yendong, what's going on? At this moment, Xue Fei looked at Han Fei warily, as if he had just found out about it too. Mo Chi said helplessly, Stop pretending. You've already been exposed. Xue Fei indeed couldn't see through you, but there's a big problem with you. It's almost impossible for you to be a nobody, even though you've practiced the Tao of Time to this extent. Besides, I can't see through your luck and destiny, so I can't predict your future at all. Haha, Pioneer Sea Realm? I don't believe you. Han Fei. Han Fei's face turned extremely dark. Just because of the Tao of Time? Mo Chi said, isn't that enough? You should know that the great Taoists attract each other, right? There are too few people who practice the Tao of Time, but you are here. I feel that the Tao of Time has been touched. If you don't have a problem, who does? Besides, how can you be a Pioneer Sea Realm cultivator if you can compete with my Tao of Time? At this time, Mo Chi glanced at Xue Fei again. Is he under your control? After discovering that there's something wrong with you, I tried to predict Xue Fei's fate and found that his destiny was doomed. So, 90% of the time he is under your control. I'm really curious. Who are you? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Since you've seen through me, what do you want now? To stall for time and take me down? Mo Chi shrugged. Why should I take you down? The 10,000 Scales clan can't find you because they're stupid. They deserve it. I'm not from the 10,000 Scales clan. I'm just being held hostage by the Emperor of 10,000 Scales. Otherwise, I would have run away a long time ago. Huh. Being held hostage? Han Fei thought to himself, I really don't see how you're being held hostage. Chapter 2146. Facing a creepy expert that he didn't know at all. Han Fei was ready to give up the mountain city. Even though the mountain city was completely under his control, even though he had made arrangements there. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be planning something, Mo Chi chuckled. Believe it or not, I think we can cooperate. Cooperate? Han Fei looked at Mo Chi in confusion. What kind of cooperation could he have with her? If what she said was true, that he was held hostage by Di Zun, and that was why he stayed in Mountain City, then how could he, a mere sky splitter, cooperate with her? Han Fei asked, cooperate with what? Mo Chi said, no one in the 10,000 Scales clan walks on the great Tao of Time. Otherwise I would have known. So, you can't be from the 10,000 Scales clan. Since you're not from the 10,000 Scales clan, you must have a purpose to control Xue Fei and enter the city at the risk of being discovered. If you're not an enemy of the 10,000 Scales clan, you must have a big plan. I guess you're either from the Primordial City or the City of Wanderers. I don't know what your purpose is, but if you help me get out of the 10,000 Scales clan's control, I can help you achieve your goal. As Mo Chi said, if she was really held hostage, they could indeed cooperate. However, in Han Fei's Origin Sea, two choices appeared, one true and one false. At this moment, the navigator began to operate. One had to know that the navigational panorama did not only have the effect of pointing the way. It had many uses if it was used properly. For example, now, it could also tell whether it was true or false. Han Fei asked if what Mo Chi said was true or false. In the end, the nautical panorama quickly landed on the true option. Huh, you're really held hostage in the City of Scavengers? At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but say, since you walk on the great Tao of Time, you should have enough opportunities to leave through the River of Time, right? Why do you need me to help you escape? Mo Chi snorted. What do you think the Supreme Emperors do? Walking on the great Tao of Time doesn't mean you can escape from the Supreme Emperors. Even a sky creator can break through the River of Time. Do you think the Supreme Emperors are easy to deal with? I've used this method many times in my early years. Han Fei carefully recalled that the earliest time Xue Fei came to Mo Chi to buy information was more than 12,000 years ago. In other words, this woman had been trapped here for at least 2,000 years. Why me? It's not like there aren't any experts who aren't from the 10,000 Scaled tribe in the Scavenger City. With your methods, it shouldn't be a problem to bewitch a few of them. You might even be able to bewitch the experts of the 10,000 Scales tribe. Why would you trust a stranger like me? Mo Chi replied, because you can fool Zhao Honghuang. There are many experts in Scavenger City, but to be able to deceive Zhao Honghuang openly without being discovered, you have already surpassed countless others. What I want is not as simple as deceiving Zhao Honghuang. What I want is to deceive the 10,000 Scales Emperor and bring me away under his watch. Han Fei was surprised. Emperor 10,000 Scales is in the city? Han Fei's heart tightened. In all these years, Xue Fei had only seen the 10,000 Scales Emperor from afar once. Generally speaking, how could a venerable emperor master stay in one place all the time? Didn't venerable sovereigns need to cultivate? Didn't they also pursue the path to godhood? Didn't they need to explore the sea of stars? Mo Qi replied, "It doesn't matter whether the 10,000 Scales Emperor is in the city or not. Do you think I can run away with so many people? Besides, Zhao Honghuang's strength has almost reached the point where he can prove his Tao at any time. If I really hide in time, I can find more than one person here." Han Fei replied, "You said it yourself. So many people can detect your existence. How can I help you?" Mo Qi replied, "Intuition. Although I can't use the great prophecy technique on you, you can control Xue Fei silently. However, you were able to control Xue Fei without anyone noticing. This means that you're not weak at all. No matter how weak Xue Fei is, he is still a Lord-level expert. Besides, Xue Fei walks on the Nightmare Tao. Although this path couldn't be said to be strong, it wasn't something that could be taken down easily. Besides, you have to completely control him while ensuring that his soul is intact, which is not something that ordinary people can do. So, I guess your strength has probably reached the level of the 10 Great Lords. Even if you are not far from it." After saying that, Mo Qi looked at Han Fei proudly, as if saying that he had already defeated Han Fei. Han Fei was also puzzled. He just wanted to buy intelligence. How did he meet such a person? Han Fei said, "I can help you, but I am not strong enough now. But I'm not strong enough right now, so I can't help you in the short term." Mo Qi said, "Although I don't know what you are up to, you can deceive others. You might be able to fool others, but since you've already been exposed, there's definitely a problem. I'm not in a hurry. Let's watch your performance." Han Fei took a slight breath and suddenly grinned. "It seems that you are determined to defeat me?" Mo Qi looked at Han Fei and seemed to be nodding, as if saying, "I am determined to defeat you." Han Fei smiled and said, "Okay, since you want to cooperate, let's cooperate. As long as I don't leave the Scavenger Sea area for the time being, I may indeed have a chance to take it away in the future. However, since it is a cooperation, I don't need to buy intelligence. How about answering some of my questions?" Mo Qi sat down immediately. "Tell me, what do you want to know? What kind of intelligence?" He sat opposite Mo Qi. "First question, do you know the Yin family?" Mo Qi said without blinking, "They are the most powerful family in the primordial city and the only top force in the chaotic wasteland that controls a city with their family name. The Yin family has 2 emperors, and there are as many as 16 heaven opening state powerhouses in the family alone." Huh. Han Fei thought to himself, sure enough. When Cho Chin said that the strong masters of the primordial city were hunting tax collectors crazily in the number 101 breeding farm and looking for the starting land, he had already guessed it. Now that his guess was confirmed, Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that except for the support of the Wanderer, the chaotic wasteland was full of enemies. Han Fei asked, "Do you have a sea map of the entire chaotic wasteland?" Mo Qi exclaimed, "Huh. It seems that you are new to the chaotic wasteland." Han Fei scoffed. "Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me if you have it or not." Mo Qi said, "Yes, but in the eyes of the strong, this thing is not very valuable. You have everything you need. Is the Yin family your enemy?" Han Fei asked, "Why do you think so?" Mo Qi explained, "Since you are new to the chaotic wasteland, it means that you have nothing to do with the Yin family before. Now you want to ask the Yin family if there is no grudge between you and them. Why are you looking for them? They are the most primitive force in the chaotic wasteland and have never had much interaction with the outside world. Why are you looking for them?" Han Fei said, How you guess is your business. I also want to know some relevant information about the Wanderer City. It doesn't have to be very detailed or vague. I just want to know some messy information about the Wanderer City. Emochi asked, "Do you want to unite with the Wanderer City to attack the Primordial City and the Scavenger City?" Han Fei didn't say anything, but Emochi smiled faintly. "I'm afraid it won't be easy. The overall strength of the Wanderer City is the weakest of the three main cities. Besides, the Wanderer City was newly built in the last 100,000 years. Whether in terms of foundation or overall strength, it is far inferior to the Primordial City and the Scavenger City. The only commendable thing is that most of the strong people in the Wanderer City are vicious people who are very cruel to their enemies. This is the real reason why they can stand tall in the chaotic wasteland." Han Fei frowned. Newly built in the last 100,000 years? He had a suspicion that the sovereign venerable realm expert in Wanderer City was most likely the human king from back then. This was mainly guessed from the confrontation between the Wanderer City and the Scavenger City because of the human clan. But whether it was the human king or not, Han Fei didn't know. However, after hearing what Emochi said, Han Fei felt that his guess was probably correct. Back then, Xia Hongzhu and the Human King should have been the first batch to leave the chaotic sea. Xia Hongzhu's strength, as a divine son, was estimated to be at least at the level of the 10 great lords. And the Human King could fight with Xia Hongzhu without being at a disadvantage. After 100,000 years of development, he might be able to prove his Tao. After all, it was much easier to prove his Tao in the sea realm than in the chaotic sea. This could be seen just by looking at the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei said, "I want some basic information." Emochi threw a jade slip to him. "This is the second question. You can ask another one. You can't expect me to answer so many of your questions for free when you haven't even done anything. You should know that my fees are very expensive." Han Fei said, "The last question. I want information about all the lords of the Scavenger City, including the information about the heaven-opening state, strong people in the city, including their Tao, strength, and many other aspects. I believe you can satisfy me. If something happens to the 10,000 scale clan, you will have a higher chance of leaving." Okay. Chapter 2147. From Emochi, Han Fei obtained information about the Vagrant City. The city lord of the Vagrant City was known as the Silent Lord. He was the only emperor of the Vagrant City. At the beginning of the establishment of the Vagrant City, it was said that the two emperors of the primitive city tried to maintain the ruling position of the primitive city in the chaotic wasteland. But at that time, Wanderer City had sent out 4 great generals to attack the sovereigns under the rule of Primordial City. They had slaughtered 7 great, sky-opening experts and retreated safely, forcing Primordial City's sovereign venerable to return to the city. That battle had made the Wanderer City's 4 great generals famous. It was said that these 4 people all had the potential to prove the Tao. After all, they were emperors. In a real battle, the 2 emperors failed to defeat the Silent Lord, which was enough to prove the strength of the Silent Lord. Later, the primitive city acknowledged the existence of the Vagrant City. After all, they were also afraid of the Silent Lord's revenge. However, what the primitive city never expected was that the Vagrant City was so attractive to individual cultivators. The Silent Lord claimed that the Vagrant City was a paradise for all the individual cultivators in the world. In the Vagrant City, no one would investigate one's origin. There was no oppression, no rule, and resources were shared. He wanted to establish a country of individual cultivators. In the vast sea realm, there were too many individual cultivators. Many of them had no resources, no cultivation techniques, and were bullied. These were not problems in the Vagrant City. Here, you could exchange for any resources you wanted. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was a safe zone. The only thing the Vagrant City did not allow was someone to destroy the foundation of the Vagrant City. Up to this day, many spies had been uncovered, and not a single one of them had survived. Even the heaven-opening state of the primitive city had sneaked into the vagrant city. It seemed that some secret had been leaked. At that time, the entire vagrant city launched a beheading operation against the primitive city. The Silent Lord personally intercepted the 2 kings of the primitive city, and the 4 generals attacked several cities. Nearly 100 heaven-opening state and blood-burning realm experts attacked the 8 cities under the jurisdiction of the primitive city. In that battle, the vagrant city lost 13 heaven-opening state experts and 800 sea-opening state experts. The Silent Lord was suspected to have been seriously injured. All of this was for the sake of killing that traitor who was protected by Origin City. This battle had truly established Wander City's position in the primal chaos wasteland. That was because they were crazy enough. They would rather kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties to defend Wander City. This sort of madness forced Origin City to make concessions. Later, according to the information that Mo-Chi had given him, for some reason, the Master of Silence had once fought with the 10,000 Scales Great Emperor. However, the exact outcome of the fight was unknown. When the Primordial City learned of this, they attempted to join forces with the Emperor of 10,000 Scales to suppress the Wanderers. But in the end, Wander City still went crazy and had fought 1,000 battles in the past 10,000 years. As for the Silent Master, it seemed as if he didn't need to cultivate at all. He didn't follow the rules of Primordial City and Scavenger City and frequently attacked. A dignified, venerable sovereign repeatedly participated in the battles of cities. This gave the great, venerable sovereigns of the chaotic wasteland quite a headache. They felt that the Silent Master was simply a lunatic who didn't care about martial ethics. It was said that the last battle was less than 1,000 years ago. This was already the longest peace that had been maintained so far. When Han Fei learned some basic information about Wander City, he couldn't help but admire this Silent Master. He was indeed a ruthless person, and the facts also proved that the venerable sovereigns of the chaotic wasteland were also bullies. As long as you were ruthless and decisive enough, they couldn't do anything to you. Of course, the premise was that your strength could keep up. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. In fact, the information that Han Fei needed was some basic information, because he didn't intend to do anything during this period. After all, his strength hadn't returned to its peak yet. Even if he wanted to take action, this wasn't the time. In the end, Han Fei asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? No one will save you then." Mo-Chi giggled. "Are you kidding me? You spent so much effort just for this bit of information? You don't want your mountain city anymore? Trust me, you'll always come to me for something." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "I hope so." Han Fei didn't stay here for too long. After getting some basic information and the list of lords of Scavenger City, he quickly left. After Han Fei left, Mo-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly and a faint smile appeared on her face. The great way of time that hasn't been discovered until now. Should I lead him into the Temple of Time? What a dilemma. I'd better observe for a while. After leaving Mo-Chi, Han Fei felt a chill on his back. Sure enough, the outside world was very dangerous. He hadn't seen any venerable sovereigns yet, but he had already been seen through. It seemed that he had to cover up the great way of time. Otherwise, he might be seen through. The great ways attract each other. Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He really didn't have a particularly good way to deal with this kind of thing, although he had long known that the great ways would attract each other. Even a long time ago, when the old turtle told him about it, he had speculated whether the great ways attracted each other, which was a means for the strong to harvest the weak. Now it seemed that it might not be as bad as he thought. Or perhaps he hadn't met a stronger person who walked the same path as him. After leaving Mo-Chi's place, Han Fei didn't stay in Scavenger City for long, because there was basically nothing he could buy here. After reaching the heaven-opening realm, it was extremely rare to be able to directly buy things that were beneficial to him. After all, The chaotic wasteland was just a chaotic wasteland, not a prosperous place like the divine capital dynasty. In the chaotic wasteland, there were very few auctions or trade fairs for heaven-opening realm powerhouses. It was as short as 1,000 years and as long as a few thousand years. This year, the major lords just came to report on their work. It could be seen that there were no such events. 10 days later, Mountain City. Before going to the number 86 farm, Han Fei returned to Mountain City in advance. Hong Yu. Your Majesty, I'm here. Hong Yu was very worried about Han Fei going to Scavenger City. If something happened to Han Fei, he would basically be in trouble. Your Majesty, did your trip go well? Han Fei nodded slightly. Not bad. From today on, you have to pretend to be a human king who came to seek refuge. Hong Yu's heart did a flip. Is he guarding against something? But since he was in the same boat as Han Fei, he didn't ask any more questions. He would do whatever Han Fei told him to do. The next day after returning, Han Fei left again and went to the number 86 farm. Zhang Li was in charge of the number 86 farm, which had a total of 126 domains, and Li Cheng was in charge of it. This time, he couldn't go with Xue Fei as Yendong. Usually, only heaven-opening realm powerhouses could participate in this kind of hunting event. If Yendong appeared, there would be a problem. However, Han Fei could not go. If there was really an entrance to the chaotic sea in the number 101 farm, whether it was Zhang Li and the others or those from the Yin family, he had to find a way to kill them. Therefore, Han Fei directly turned into a bracelet and hung it on Xue Fei's hand. When necessary, it was convenient for him to sneak attack others. 1 day later, Li City. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he scanned with his perception and found that Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, Zhang Li, and Chou Qin were all there. Plus himself, there were 5 heaven-opening realm powerhouses. Han Fei landed and couldn't help but say in surprise, You guys are so early. Am I the slowest one again? Zhang Li said with a smile, It's not bad that you could arrive 3 days in advance. I'd bet with them that you would definitely come on time. Zhang Wei also said with a smile, How could old Xue miss such a good opportunity? Long Yunfeng nodded. Since old Xue is here, Brother Chou, it's time to go. Number 101 farm. Chou Qin and the other 4 quickly passed through the ice gaps. In the end, the 5 of them stopped in an ice nest only about 2,000 kilometers from the sea. This place had been enveloped by gray mist. Han Fei read Xue Fei's memory and learned that this mist was called the primordial mist. Finding the primordial mist meant finding the primordial cemetery. This place was already in the category of the primordial cemetery. Of course, they were more willing to believe that this was the starting land. Chou Qin said, Let's stop here. The information I left them was not comprehensive. They can't find this place without a few months. In the primordial mist, even if they die, the weather will be very small. At most, their life tablets will shatter, and the weather will not attract the attention of the city of scavengers. Further ahead, it may be the passage to the starting land. If we fight there, it will be bad if the other party sneaks in. Zhang Wei suddenly took out a big umbrella. As soon as the umbrella was opened, Han Fei and the other 4 were all covered in it. How could he not have some capital to hunt the strong? This was Zhang Wei's strongest secret treasure, the primordial chaos umbrella. As long as they were protected by this umbrella, even the sky would not be able to detect them. Han Fei could feel something unusual from the space formed by the primordial chaos umbrella. It seemed that the space here was completely hidden by this umbrella, as if it didn't exist. After Zhang Wei took out the primordial chaos umbrella, everyone couldn't help but look at Xue Fei. Why did he take Xue Fei? Of course, it was because of his Tao. Now that they had hidden their tracks, it was Han Fei's turn to take action. Xue Fei sat cross-legged on the ground and said, I will set up 9-layered dream realms on this road. But when you reach the heaven-opening state, if you connect with the heavenly Tao, you will soon find something wrong. I don't know how long the 9-layer dream realms can last, but I will find their life items as soon as possible. At that time, I will need the help of Brother Li's Tao of Confusion to confuse their minds and cooperate with me. Zhang Li nodded. Don't worry. Even if the other party has as many as 5 people in the heaven-opening state, let's surround them first and kill 2 of them first. Long Yunfeng said, since the tidal wave came, I have been preparing a spear attack. Even if their strength is more than 20% higher than mine, this spear can still blow them up. At that time, old Shui, you'd better kill one of them first. After that, Long Yunfeng looked at Cho Chen. Brother Cho, you should focus on strength. It's best if you can penetrate one of them, first like me. In this way, we will have a chance to kill 2 of them first. Cho Chen nodded solemnly. I will try my best. If Cho Chen hadn't been the initiator, Zhang Wei and the others wouldn't have taken him with them. After all, his Tao was nothing special. Cho Chen looked solemn at the moment, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Zhang Li asked, what if the other party has more than 5 people in the heaven-opening state? Zhang Wei said directly, more than 7, no fight. Chapter 2148. On the 7th day after Zhang Wei and the others set up the ambush, Shui Fei felt that his Tao was touched. It wasn't that he had been discovered, but that someone had walked into his dream. At that moment, Han Fei's heart shook. What a coincidence! There are exactly 7 of them. Yes, 7 people broke into the dream he weaved at once. And the first dream he weaved was an environment that was exactly the same as his surroundings. This was the simplest and least detectable method of weaving dreams. These 7 people didn't find anything wrong when they first entered here. These people were 5 men and 2 women, and they were all very handsome. They were very cautious and would stop for a while every tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, Han Fei saw that one of the men had a pair of wings on his back, which were as thin as cicadas' wings and glowing with colorful light. Han Fei would never forget them in his life. Heavenly cicada wings. Han Fei's heart sank. As he expected, the primitive city was where the Yin family was located. Only the Yin family would have the bloodline of the heavenly cicada. Cicada! The sound of the heavenly cicada vibrated at the bottom of the sea. The sound, like a scanner, echoed in countless cracks in the ice. The man seemed to be judging the route by the echo. Unfortunately, the first layer of the dream Shui Fei weaved was a complete simulation of the surrounding environment, which was half asleep and half awake. At the moment the sound sounded, Shui Fei said, "Here they are, 7 of them." Zhang Wei and the other 4 were shocked. However, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng couldn't help frowning slightly. 7 people. Even if 2 were killed at the first moment, there were still 5 behind. It didn't seem easy to deal with them. However, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng looked at each other and decided to fight, because this was not only a matter of fighting, but also a battle for the starting land. As long as they killed the other 2, there might be a chance to fight. Even if they couldn't wipe out this group of people, it shouldn't be a problem to beat them back. More importantly, since they had come out to hunt, they had to prepare their trump cards. So Zhang Wei nodded slightly, indicating that the plan remained the same. And the people in the primitive city, every time they passed through a crack in the ice, they would stop for a while. One of them suddenly took out a black pearl. The pearl was flickering with a faint light. There's a response. It's really nearby. This situation caused everyone's spirits to rise. In the end, they had still found this place. No matter how much they had gone overboard in the number 101 farm, this time it was Di Zun's arrangement. Since Di Zun had asked them to come, they were not afraid that their trip would be exposed. The few of them could not help but quicken their pace, rushing into the depths. Shui Fei had quietly set up many dreams in a row. However, at the beginning of their journey, these dreamlands did not erupt. Thus, after traveling for another 100,000 kilometers, they still did not discover it. Xue Fei reminded them that they were only 100,000 miles away. They could see that Long Yunfeng had already grabbed their spears, ready to strike. Han Fei was also surprised. Xue Fei's Dao was actually quite useful. When combined with hunting, the effect was indeed extraordinary. After a while, in Primordial City, the 7 monarchs weaved through the cracks in the countless icebergs, watching as the black pearl in their hands grew brighter and brighter. The leaders shouted, "Look, it's the primordial mist." At that moment, everyone's spirits were lifted, and the joy on their faces was beyond words. Whoosh, 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 they rushed into the primordial mist without hesitation and even showed signs of speeding up. All of a sudden, they felt a terrifying pressure descending upon them. They only saw a figure standing in front of them without them noticing. The leader immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, it's Zhao Honghuang." At that moment, they were all horrified. How could they not know who Zhao Honghuang was? As one of the 2 divine generals of the City of Scavengers, Zhang Beihai stayed in the boundless mining area all year round, and the City of Scavengers had always been under Zhao Honghuang's command. They had never thought that Zhao Honghuang would be here. Shouldn't Zhao Honghuang be in the City of Scavengers at this time? Immediately, one of them was shocked. Is this his real body? Hiss, these people were also horrified. They all knew that Zhao Honghuang had only left an incarnation in the City of Scavengers, and no one knew where his real body was. Now, they felt that they seemed to have encountered Zhao Honghuang's mysterious real body. How could they not be shocked? However, the leader of the group suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he thought of something, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no, this is all fake. This pressure isn't real enough. Although it has Taoist rhyme, it can't shake my Tao. This Zhao Honghuang is fake. We've been ambushed." Just when this person noticed this, Zhao Honghuang suddenly moved. He covered the sky with one hand and slapped at them. This was the first layer of the dream created by Xue Fei. Even though they knew that this Zhao Honghuang was fake, they could not help but block it when they saw Zhao Honghuang attack. At that moment, the 9 dream realms overlapped one another. Even if this layer of the dream was broken, they would only fall into the 8th layer. The 8th layer of the dream was the moment when they first arrived and the heavenly cicada flapped its wings. These 2 layers of the dream were the only ones that could confuse this group of people. From the 3rd layer of the dream onward, they would definitely connect with the heavenly Tao. Once they felt that something was wrong, they would immediately break the dream. In the outside world, Xue Fei suddenly shouted, "Attack." In the blink of an eye, Long Yunfeng jumped up and attacked with his spear. In an instant, a woman among the 7 people was stabbed and exploded. Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was speechless. This guy was really ruthless. There were so many men, but he only targeted women. Zhang Wei and Chou Qin attacked at the same time. One palm and one knife. They slapped at the same person. It wasn't realistic to get rid of 3 sky splitters at once. Their goal was to get rid of 2 first. It was not a big deal to kill a sky creator, but it was difficult to penetrate their bodies. One of Zhang Wei's subordinates was also pierced through. After that, Zhang Wei shouted, "Brotherly, give old Xue a hand." Clang, 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 a bell appeared in Zhang Li's hand. The bell vibrated, and the 7 sky creators all bled from their 7 orifices. And out of instinct, after Long Yunfeng and Zhang Wei attacked the rest of the people from the primitive city, even though their souls were still entangled by the nightmares, instinctively put them in a defensive state. Zhang Wei and the others were only responsible for killing these people, but the task of killing the enemy fell on Xue Fei. At this moment, the nightmare Zhao Honghuang had been shattered, and Xue Fei's soul took the opportunity to materialize the navigator in their dreams and drill into their sea of origin. Han Fei just tried it, but he didn't expect it to work. Xue Fei's great path could enter other people's sea of origin through interfering with their dreams. However, Han Fei felt that this was too slow. As the saying goes, cut the Gordian knot with a knife. In the dream world, Xue Fei was actually the master. What was the big deal about materializing a navigator? As long as the things he weaved didn't exceed the limits of Xue Fei's ability, he could weave them. And because Han Fei's soul was integrated with it, in a sense, the secret of the navigator didn't repel Xue Fei, so he could weave it successfully. In the blink of an eye in this unconscious state, if there were origin objects in the Sea of Origin, they would definitely be activated at this moment. Unfortunately, the first Sea of Origin that Xue Fei entered didn't carry the Great Path in the way of origin objects. The other party had integrated the Great Path into the Sea of Origin. However, it wasn't difficult to destroy them in this way. Xue Fei controlled nearly 10 million energy crystals and scattered them in the 210,000-kilometer Sea of Origin. What kind of concept was 10 million energy crystals? If converted into chaotic energy, it would be an astronomical number. Xue Fei's 40 million energy crystals had been converted for decades, and there were still a lot of ownerless souls that hadn't been used yet. Now, Han Fei could casually produce 10 million energy crystals. Who could resist him? Boom, boom, boom. Xue Fei quickly retreated from this person's Sea of Origin. Not to brag, with so many energy crystals detonated, if his great path was not broken, Han Fei might as well commit suicide. Sure enough, the heavenly path cracked, the weather suddenly changed, and blood filled the air. Zhang Wei and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. They didn't expect that this time Xue Fei would kill one person so easily. This efficiency was extremely high. In the same way, Han Fei quickly entered the second person's soul. This person had just been blown up, and his soul was suppressed by Zhang Li's demonic sound. At this moment, he was still in a daze and instinctively reborn out of the will of the emperor. However, before his consciousness returned, the Sea of Origin was detonated again. Rumble, huh? When the second emperor died, Zhang Wei and the others couldn't help but be surprised. When did Xue Fei become so brave? In a short period of time, he killed 2 emperors in a row. Did this guy hide his strength before? But he only knew that Xue Fei used to kill a heaven-opening state expert in this way. However, he didn't know that Xue Fei wanted to enter the opponent's Sea of Origin through the soul in the past, and it was much slower. At this moment, Xue Fei suddenly shouted in a low voice, "I'll leave one of them in the dream and leave the rest to you." Long Yinfeng nodded. "Okay, Brother Xue will take the lead today."